Chapter 445. Everyone could hear the meaning of these two sentences and the hatred hidden within. Yin Xiaoyi stood on the stone steps and stared into Fan Xian's eyes. It was as if he wanted to use his gaze to coldly nail him to death. He knew that he could not kill Fan Xian and Jingdao. This was a sorrowful reality. After so many years, he still found it hard to believe that even if the pretty boy on horseback in front of him cursed his son so sinisterly and threatened him in front of the entire capital. No, threatened him, he still couldn't do anything ahead of time. He was the son of a hunter, and the other party was the emperor's son. Yin Xiaoyi was not like the other elders in the military. He was not a noble family like the Qin and Yi families, nor was he a descendant of a noble family like the great prince. Although he had the eldest princess as a backer, in reality, his climb in the military still relied on his own strength. His present glory and lofty position as the governor of the North were all fought for with his life in the North, the West, and the South. His arrows were never a match. The front of his army had never been unable to hold out for 3 days. He had performed countless meritorious deeds for the Qin court. Thus there was today. Even though the emperor knew that he and the eldest princess had a close past, he still trusted him and favored him greatly. A few years ago, he had even made him the commander of the imperial army in the palace. What was the reason for all of this? It was because Yin Xiaoyi had a determined and powerful heart. As a superior 9th-level ace in the entire Qing military, only Yi Zhong could contend with him. Perhaps it was the secret figures hidden in the depths of the old Qin family. Thus, Yin Xiaoyi had never feared anything in his life. Occasionally, he would even wonder if his troops were facing a great grandmaster. Would the great grandmaster be able to escape his arrows? How could he be afraid of a young man? Even if the young man on horseback at the foot of the stone steps, in his eyes, was only relying on his father's and mother's great fame. Even if this young man's gaze was so cold and ruthless, but don't provoke me. His eyes stared at Fan Xian. His gaze was like the startling arrows on his back. It was as if he was telling Fan Xian that if he wanted to, he could kill him at any time. Even if his identity was special, there were some things that were better left undone. Fan Xian was awe-inspiring and fearless. He raised his face and narrowed his eyes. Dispelling the slight pain, he smiled coldly to welcome the attack. He wasn't sure if the ambush in the valley was done by Yin Xiaoyi or not. Although the eldest princess was the most suspicious in this matter, there were some suspicious points that made it hard for him to make a firm judgment. But he still wanted to speak like this, because one day, Yin Xiaoyi would come to kill him. Since that was the case, he didn't need to consider too many things. Regardless of whether or not it was Yin Xiaoyi who did it, Fan Xian knew he had to do something that would shock the world to warn those who were secretly plotting against him that if they wanted to kill him, they would have to consider whether or not they could afford to pay the price. The 200 heads in front of the stone lines of the Bureau of Military Affairs were proof. The stone steps of the Bureau of Military Affairs seemed to be frozen by a gust of cold air. Yin Xiaoyi stood proudly on the stone steps, while Fan Xian sat straight on the back of the horse. Their gazes just happened to be level. The murderous aura contained in their gazes was unbearable. Even the stench of blood that filled the surroundings and the stench from the head under the stone lion seemed to be afraid of their gazes and moved away. Someone coughed softly. Qin Heng led his horse to the side of the stone steps and apologized in a low voice to the right deputy of the Bureau of Military Affairs. He then straightened his body and smiled warmly at Yin Xiaoyi. "Greetings, Governor." He had come at the right time and perfectly blocked the confrontation between Fan Xian and Yin Xiaoyi's gazes, easing the conflict that was about to erupt at any moment. Yin Xiaoyi slowly withdrew his piercing gaze and calmly said, "Hello, Marquis. How has the old master been recently? I have returned to the capital, so I have to go see him." Qin Heng had long been made a marquis. The old master Yin Xiaoyi spoke of was the old Qin master, who had long been ill in the manor. Given Yin Xiaoyi's status as the northern governor, in front of the pillar of the military, the old Qin master, he could only call himself a general. With Qin Heng coming out to ease the tension, Yin Xiaoyi had to give him face. However, Fan Xian didn't have to give it. He lowered his head and played with the horsewhip in his hand. "You're blocking me and Governor Yin." After Qin Hung was speechless, he was stunned. He didn't understand what Fan Xian was thinking. Was he going to challenge Yin Xiaoyi in front of the Bureau of Military Affairs? Although everyone knew that Fan Xian was as famous as Haidang and was the publicly recognized foremost ace of this generation in the Qin Kingdom, when faced with Yin Xiaoyi, no one thought highly of him. Furthermore, these two people's identities were not the same. This place was also special. How could they fight here? Qin Hung tilted his head slightly and said in a low voice, "You're injured." Fan Xian's expression was incomparably calm, but Qin Hang's heart began to tremble. After everyone in Jingdo learned of the news of the ambush, they were most afraid of this kind of situation. Everyone was afraid that Fan Xian would go crazy. If Director Chen Pingping was an old black dog, then Fan Xian was a little black dog. The little black dog had been viciously stabbed with a knife and went crazy. It would randomly bite without distinguishing between friend and foe. The civil and martial officials of the court were afraid that Fan Xian would go to war in his anger and shake the foundations of the entire Qin court. Fan Xian listened to Qin Hang's question and slowly replied, "I just want to ask some questions. Treat with courtesy and return with kindness. Give with a sword and return with a knife. Governor Yin, is this not the principle?" Provided by a book friend. Added. There were some questions that Fan Xian was prepared to ask face to face, but he didn't have the opportunity to say them. The people of the Bureau of Military Affairs heard the words of knives and swords and thought that Sir Fan Jr. was about to go crazy. Unconsciously, they made preparations for battle. Although the Bureau of Military Affairs was mainly staffed by military officers and their martial power was not as tyrannical as that of the Qin Kingdom's 5 roads, it was, after all, the essence of the Qin military for decades. Muddle-headedly being bullied by Fan Xian at their doorstep, they had endured silently for a long time. There would always be a time to retaliate. All of the officers and generals gripped the hilts of their knives. Yin Xiaoyi could only bring 100 trusted soldiers into the capital. At this moment, these 100 trusted soldiers had long been set up in the corridor by the side door of the Bureau of Military Affairs. They watched nervously the 100 or so first Bureau officials of the Overwatch Council in front of the Yamen. The soldiers who had returned from the north had a weather-beaten expression on their faces. They had long been forged into an iron army by Yin Xiaoyi. However, what was different from the Qin and Yi families' roads was that these 100 trusted soldiers all carried bows and arrows. The Qin Kingdom's Jingdo forbade crossbows but not bows. This was the confidence displayed by the martial royal family. The two sides faced off, but the commander of the Jingdo garrison, Qin Hung, who had been worried the entire time, relaxed. If Fan Xian had used words to pressure Yin Xiaoyi earlier and issued him an invitation to a duel, as long as Yin Xiaoyi agreed, even the emperor would not be able to stop it. Then the two sides would certainly be in a situation of life and death. However, the present situation involved the conflict between the Overwatch Council and the military. Qin Hung knew that this battle could not be fought because there were countless eyes in Jingdo watching. Regardless of whether it was the emperor or the system of court officials in charge of state affairs, none of them could watch as the foundation of Qin Kingdom's domination of the world collapsed with a bang because of the heads in front of the Bureau of Military Affairs. As expected, the sound of shouting came from a distance. The hooves of horses were slightly disorderly. A group of imperial soldiers wearing bright armor rode over. The Bureau of Military Affairs was located between the Overwatch Council and the Royal Palace. The reaction of these imperial soldiers seemed to be a bit slow. However, some of the clear-eyed people knew that the imperial soldiers had purposely left some time for Fan Xian to slightly vent the anger in his heart. The imperial soldiers represented the emperor's might. No one dared to look down on them, at least on the surface. Thus, when the imperial soldiers lined up and separated the people of the Overwatch Council from the Bureau of Military Affairs soldiers, no one expressed any opposition. Furthermore, the person leading the troops was the Great Prince. The Great Prince had once been the commander of the Western Expedition and had deep ties to the military. Now, everyone knew that his relationship with Fan Xian was also very close. Seeing that he had come to mediate, Everyone present let out a breath at the same time. They deeply felt that the emperor was wise. This person was truly too suitable. The great prince pulled the reins of his horse and came to Fan Xian's side. The worry on his face was immediately hidden. He nodded his head slightly and didn't say anything unnecessary. He only said, "Father knows of this matter. Go back to your manor and recover." Fan Xian looked at him with a not-quite-there smile, silent and waiting. Naturally, he was going to leave. He couldn't really start a massacre here with the Bureau of Military Affairs. However, the people he was waiting for had not all arrived yet. In a moment, 3 eunuchs of the eunuchs panted as they ran in from outside the crowd. They passed on the emperor's verbal edict, expressing their shock and condolences regarding the assassination of the plenipotentiary imperial envoy of Jiangnan Road. They severely criticized the Jingdo garrison and secretly reminded and intimidated the people of the Bureau of Military Affairs. Then, they ordered Sir Fan Jr. to immediately return to his manor to recover and wait for the court to investigate the matter before making a decision. In a moment, 2 officials whose bodies were clearly not very healthy also panted as they ran in. It was Shu the Scholar and Hu the Scholar. These 2 high-ranking officials of the Hall of Governmental Affairs expressed their comfort toward Fan Xian as well as their incomparable anger toward the murderer. Shu Wu was an old acquaintance of Fan Xian's, but it was the first time Fan Xian had seen Hu the Scholar's appearance. He found that he was even younger than he had imagined. At most, he was in his 40s. Fan Xian sat on the horse in silence for a moment. He then said to the great prince, "You understand me. I have enough face in the first round. For now, I won't go crazy." The great prince nodded and said, "I'll see you off." Fan Xian pulled on the reins and spun on Tiana Avenue. He turned the horsewhip to his left hand and raised it to point directly at the military people on the stone steps of the Bureau of Military Affairs. He waved it and didn't say anything more. The military people of the Bureau of Military Affairs felt that this whip from a distance seemed to have landed on their faces. Returning to the Fan Manor, the great prince asked about the specific situation in the valley at the time. After a moment of silence, he left the manor. Fan Xian knew that he was in a hurry to return to the palace to face the emperor's storm-like questions, but he didn't want to remind him too much. Even he himself still had many doubts about this matter. The palace had sent 3 imperial doctors from the Imperial Academy of Medicine to Fan Manor, but Fan Xian didn't need them. He only had the brothers of the 3rd Bureau apply medicine to his wounds. The remaining poison should be gone in a few days. As for the wretched wound on his back, he didn't know how many days it would take to heal. It was not until now that he was lying on his warm bed that Fan Xian's body and mind finally completely relaxed. Immediately, he felt a thread of tiredness that was difficult to resist. Even though his back was still burning with pain, he still hugged the pillow and fell into a deep sleep. When he woke, the sky was already dark. A serving girl went out and brought in a bowl of rice porridge warmed with hot water. The person who had been standing by Fan Xian's bed accepted the porridge and helped Fan Xian sit up. Using a spoon, he blew on it carefully and slowly fed it. Fan Xian took a bite and pressed his slightly dry lips together. Gazing at his father, who was carefully spooning the porridge, he found that after not seeing him for a year, his father's hair had grown more white and his wrinkles had deepened. For some reason, for a moment, he felt his heart ache. "I've made you worry." Fan Jian didn't say anything. He only fed him a few more mouthfuls before putting the bowl of porridge on the table. Calmly, he said, "Back when you wanted to enter the Overwatch Council, I told you that there would be problems in the future. However, since the problems have already appeared, there is no need to talk about this anymore." Fan Xian was silent for a moment. He then said, "There are many things I don't understand." Fan Jian warmly said, "Tell me." Fan Xian told his father all of the questions he had in his heart when he was by the ruined carriage in the valley. He hoped to be able to give him some reminders from his father, who did not seem to reveal himself in court, but actually had a solid foundation and was skilled. Even the emperor could not force him to abdicate. "Since we have determined that it was the military who did it," Fan Jian said, "then we can analyze it. Other than the defense of Jingdo, the Qing army has 5 roads and 7 provincial soldiers. The border soldiers are the most powerful. The Yi family has one in Dingzhou, the Qin family has one, and that Sangzhou border soldiers are under Yin Xiaoi's control. There is also one on the Nanzhao line. The strength of the provincial soldiers is basically negligible. Even so, the 5 road soldiers are not divided so clearly. For example, the Yi and Qin families have students and old friends throughout the army and have a certain amount of influence in various areas. Fan Xian paused for a moment and then continued. For example, the Great Prince's previous expeditions to the west were actually a large army drawn from the soldiers of the 5 roads. Once the war ended, the soldiers returned to the various places. Fan Xian was silent for a moment. He then said, "This is also one of the emperor's methods." Correct. These generals have been promoted to important positions because of the Western expedition. They are like the hands and feet of the royal family. They are not people that the Yi and Qin families can order around. Thus, no one family can control the 5 roads of the border soldiers alone. Strangely, even though Fan Xian had been attacked by an assassination, the father and son did not seem to feel much emotion or anger. They only calmly analyzed the situation. For example, the defense of Jingdou. Within a radius of 40 li outside the capital, it is all under the jurisdiction of the Jingdou garrison. The garrison controls 20,000 people. Inside are the Qin kingdom's most powerful imperial army, 10,000 people. There are also 13 city gate guards. They appear unremarkable, but they are directly under the control of the emperor's edict. The opening and closing of the Jingdou city gates is also an important yamen. The palace is also unified by the guards. Although, according to the rules of the court, the commander of the imperial army is also in charge of the internal guards. In reality, other than Gong Dian, the current commander, who has truly done it, the rest of the time, the internal guards are all managed by the eunuch in the palace. Eunuch? Naturally, it was Eunuch Hong. Fan Xian suddenly heard something strange in his father's words. Other than Gong Dian, who had truly managed to manage both the imperial army and the internal guards. He abruptly raised his head and said in shock, "Gong Dian is so deeply trusted by the emperor?" The first time Fan Xian came into contact with the defense forces of the palace was when he exchanged a blow with Gong Dian at the door of the Qing temple. He clearly knew Gong Dian and also knew that a large part of the reason for the Hanging Temple incident was that the emperor wanted to expel the Yi family's power from Jingdou and kick Gong Dian from his position as commander of the imperial army. But, according to what his father said, the trust that Gong Dian, or rather, the Yi family, had received back then was truly terrifying. Then, why did the emperor forcefully push the Yi family to the side of the second prince and the eldest princess? Fan Xian faintly felt that he seemed to have grasped something important, but he still couldn't figure it out. He couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Fan Jian quietly said, "Don't think too much into it. Although the emperor's divine foresight surpasses others, he would not go so far as to play tricks with the defense forces of Jingdou. As for why he wants to kick the Yi family out, I think I can guess a little." Fan Xian furrowed his brows and said, "Father, what is the reason?" Fan Jian smiled and helped him lie down gently. Slowly, he said, "Don't forget, your mother's surname is also Yi. When she first entered Jingdou, she once beat up Yi Zhong. Wu Zhu also fought with Yi Luyan. Even if there's no relationship between your two families, the emperor would probably still be worried about certain things. During the Hanging Temple incident, the emperor did not trust you as much as he does now. But he is prepared to put you in an important position. Naturally, he has to guard against certain things." Fan Xian was startled and immediately sighed coldly. As an emperor, his schemes were indeed, but what meaning would such a life have? However, he had not thought that no matter how powerful his father was, there would always be times when he guessed wrong. "I don't have much affection for the Yi family," Fan Xian said. In his heart, he thought of the girl with eyes as bright as jewels. Not now does not mean not in the future. Fan Jian raised his brows and said, "What I am interested in is why the emperor is so guarded against you." Fan Xian was silent for a long time. He then quietly said, "Father, do you think this matter was arranged by the emperor?" In the outskirts of Jingdou, he had mobilized the military to kill people. He had even moved the city guard and crossbows. In the end, as the commissioner of the Overwatch Council and in charge of all intelligence, he was completely unprepared. Every time he thought of this matter, Fan Xian always felt that behind the ambush in the valley, it was not just the craziness of the eldest princess's side. There should be something even deeper hidden. In his list of suspects, the Emperor was naturally ranked first. As for the second, it's not the Emperor, Fan Jian suddenly said faintly. Right now, he doesn't even have enough time to love and pamper you. How could he kill you unless he is about to die? Fan Xian was silent and asked to be able to make the Jingdo garrison and Overwatch Council lose their effectiveness at the same time, other than the Emperor, who has this power. The eldest princess and Yin Xiaoi? He shook his head. Fan Jian smiled slightly and countered with a question. You should be guessing something. Otherwise, why didn't you go into your own courtyard to have a look when you returned from the Bureau of Military Affairs? To be continued. If you want to know what happened after, please log on to www.cmfu.com. More chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 446. Impossible. Fan Xian lay on the bed and shook his head as he spoke. However, he immediately began to cough. It seemed that even his internal injuries knew he could not completely trust his judgment. In his agitated emotions, it was hard not to have some reaction. However, Fan Xian still felt it was impossible. Ever since he was young, he had followed Sir Fei to learn the basics of biological poisons. He learned the rules and composition of the Overwatch Council's departments. He learned the Overwatch Council's unique way of doing things and killing techniques. From a young age, his life was intimately connected to the Overwatch Council that the Qing officials and people feared the most. In other people's eyes, he was a child, at most a child with a bit of a genius aura. However, he knew that Fan Anji's soul had already matured when he was in Danzhou. Thus, he had long understood that his future life would be intimately connected to the Overwatch Council. After entering the capital, the appearance of the commissioner's token made Fan Xian understand the good intentions of the elders of the Overwatch Council. They wanted to hand the Overwatch Council to him or return it to him. More accurately, they wanted to return it to that woman. By now, Fan Xian had an immeasurable amount of wealth, a reputation known to the world, and an extremely high status. Perhaps all of this was due to the experience of his two lives, the countless poems and song lyrics of his predecessors, and the unswerving determination that he had trained since he was young. But he knew that all of this was just an external object. It was difficult to tie it to him, and he could lose it at any time. The reason he could still have all of this was because he relied on the power of the Overwatch Council. No matter how one looked at it, the Overwatch Council was the foundation of Fan Xian's existence in this world. The attack in the Snowy Valley was different from the assassination in the Hanging Temple. The heavy injury he received after being suspended in the air was completely an accident. The Shadow's attack was completely under Chun Pingping's control. If he had not coincidentally reached a bottleneck in the tyrannical scroll and coincidentally had his meridians broken, presumably he would not have received such a heavy injury. However, the attack in the Snowy Valley was to kill him. Once it began, there was no possibility of it being stopped. If it was really as his father had said, and he guessed, this foundation had suddenly loosened. Fan Xian could dejectedly leave at any moment. Regarding this guess, regardless of whether it was rationally or emotionally, Fan Xian did not want to accept it. He could not accept it. Impossible. Fan Xian once again used a heavy tone to repeat these three words. He was the commissioner of the Overwatch Council. After these 2 years of Chun Pingping purposely letting go and supporting him, he had long placed his own people in the 8 bureaus. The Qinian unit had become a special department. He had him in the 1st bureau, Yin Bingyun in the 4th bureau, Fei Jie in the 3rd bureau, Wu Exan in the Black Knights in the 5th bureau, and now there was Jing Ge. No matter how he thought about it, Fan Xian was no longer the lonely man he once was. The resources of the entire Overwatch Council had long been firmly held in his hands. He truly did not understand. Even if there was a traitor in the council, it was impossible to completely keep him in the dark and cooperate with his enemy. Unless it was him. This was the person she had been thinking about in the valley. But he was so kind to her. That pair of hands that were always placed on the wool blanket were so steady. That skinny, disabled body seemed so reliable. No matter where she was, she always felt that he was her biggest support. No matter what she did not have a trace of fear. There has never been anything impossible in this world, Fan Jian said coldly. Back then, how was your mother compared to you now? She similarly had the Overwatch Council in her left hand, the palace treasury in her right, and behind her was Lao Wu. Furthermore, she had us and the Chuanzhou Navy in the south. How was she compared to you now? But in the end, Fan Xian fell silent. He suddenly faintly felt that the matter in the valley was probably related to that matter many years ago. The Empress's father was personally beheaded by me. Fan Jian lowered his head and looked at his slender fingers. Smiling slightly, he said, but who knows if all the heads that should be beheaded have been cut off? When Fan Xian first heard of this matter, he was unusually shocked. He looked at his father and couldn't speak for a long time. It was not until today that he learned that the Empress's father had been personally killed by his father. He knew what his father meant. That night, when Jingdo bled with blood, was a great revenge for the Yi family's collapse. However, the Yi family's foundation at the time was very deep. For it to be overturned in one night, although it was while the emperor was on his western expedition, who knew how many noble families in Jingdo participated in this matter. It was not surprising that some escaped the net, or even the main culprit still existed. However, Fan Xian broke the silence. A determined expression appeared on his face. Warmly, he said, "Father, don't say any more. I believe in the director." Fan Jian sighed. Fan Xian continued to warmly say, "He has actually once said your words to me. I have also been thinking about the problem from back then. I found that before I entered Jingdo, you and Director Chun were unusually cold toward each other. It was completely different from how it is now. I understand that you both have wariness in your hearts. However, just as I unconditionally trust you, I also unconditionally trust him." He gently coughed and continued, "Suspicion toward one's companions is a very terrifying thing. Perhaps some people have purposely hidden something to make you and Director Chun suspect each other." "I won't do that," Fan Xian said with a heavy tone. "I believe in my own feelings. Only feelings will not lie to me." His gaze looked out the window. After a long time, Fan Jian smiled and comfortingly said, "Looks like you still have confidence in human nature. In this aspect, you are very similar to your mother." Fan Xian also smiled and said, "Only for a few specific people." Fan Jian continued to calmly ask, "How are you going to handle this matter?" "I will first wait to see the Emperor's results." Fan Xian was silent for a moment. He then continued, "I'm just afraid we won't be able to find anything. The other party has invested so much capital into it. Naturally, they have thought of a way to deal with the aftermath." He smiled mockingly and said, "Sometimes I don't know where the Emperor's confidence comes from. There are already people in the military who are beginning to stir. Is he still as unworried as before? Investigating will always be able to find something." Fan Jian gazed at his son and knew that the young man had not been blinded by blood. He smiled with relief and said, "The city guarding crossbows all have numbers. I'm afraid that even these city guarding crossbows were brought over from somewhere else. It would not be good to investigate the wrong person." "You're right." A strange smile rose to the corners of Fan Jian's lips. In the Emperor's anger, the case was investigated very quickly. We received news in the afternoon. There were 5 city guarding crossbows in the valley. They had just left the factory of the palace treasury's 3rd workshop. They should have been sent in the direction of Dingzhou. For some reason, they were delivered a bit later than the delivery time and just happened to appear on your way back to the capital. Dingzhou. Fan Xian furrowed his brows. The Yi family wants to be the scapegoat again? Can the Emperor harden his heart? "Of course, the Emperor knows that this matter is strange," Fan Jian said. "However, what if the Yi family purposely did this?" "So, we need other evidence," Fan Xian asked quietly. "Does the living witness I sent to the Bureau of Military Affairs have value?" "Yes." Fan Jian smiled strangely again. "Your move is still the same as the one you used against the second prince back then. Send the witness to the other party's yamen. Fan Jian's expression was slightly calm. It is only one method. It is best not to use it twice. At least this time, the Bureau of Military Affairs did not fall for your trick. Oh, Fan Xian furrowed his brows. How did they handle it? Fan Jian smiled slightly and said, they worshipped the living witness like they worshipped an ancestor. They were terrified that he would die from excessive blood loss and not be able to answer the emperor's questions. Immediately after, they used the excuse that the matter had to be investigated by the Overwatch Council and that the military needed to avoid arousing suspicion and sent the person to the Overwatch Council. Fan Xian was slightly startled. Fan Jian continued to smile. But you threw the person to the Bureau of Military Affairs. Naturally, the Overwatch Council would not accept it and had someone drag him back to the Bureau. The rough people of the Bureau of Military Affairs have truly learned to be shameless this time. They actually dragged this person back to the Bureau of Military Affairs. The Minister of Revenue, who had always been solemn, smiled and shook his head. This afternoon, the two houses will compete over this survivor. You give him to me, I give him to you. It's like this person is a hot potato. No one wants to take him. Although Fan Xian's mood was heavy after the ambush, hearing his father's words, he still couldn't resist smiling. It was as if he could see this afternoon on the Tianhe Road, in the center of the Qing court's power. The two yamens were like pork being dragged back and forth. That good soldier had probably never in his life thought he would receive such treatment. How was it handled in the end? In the end, the palace gave the order, and the Overwatch Council was taken into the prison. Fan Xian sighed. Who would have thought that after sleeping for an afternoon, so many things would happen in Jingdou? Fan Jian looked at his son calmly. A moment later, he slowly said, you were ambushed by the army. This is the biggest thing after that night of bloodshed in Jingdou. Furthermore, you came back alive. Who knows how many people will no longer be able to sit peacefully in their manors. This night, who knows how many people will not be able to sleep. Fan Xian was silent. Are you really going to do it? I won't do it myself, Fan Xian said quietly. But I'll make them feel pain that reaches into their bones. Fan Jian nodded and said, handle it yourself. Just don't offend the entire military. I know what I'm doing. Fan Jian stood and left his bedroom. In the end, he said, you must live. That night, there were countless people sitting in secluded rooms. Their minds were restless and they were silent. The news of Fan Xian's assassination had long spread throughout Jingdou. Today's routine court conference had come to an abrupt end because of this sudden incident. According to the private discussions of the officials who had left the court, after the emperor heard the news, he appeared relatively calm. He immediately ordered the commander of the imperial army, the great prince, to go out of the palace to patrol. He also ordered the scholars Shu and Hu to comfort the emperor on behalf of the emperor. According to eunuch Yao in the palace, after the emperor returned to the royal study, he crushed an official porcelain teacup in his hand and was silent for a long time. Everyone knew that the emperor had sunk into a rage, but not everyone was afraid. The people who had been in charge of the Valley incident or had secretly helped the Valley incident all had sinister intentions and were making plans uneasily in their own manners. Since these people dared to kill outside Jingdou, they had made preparations to welcome the emperor's anger and the Overwatch Council's revenge. However, they had not thought that after using such a powerful force and carrying out such thorough preparations, Fan Xian would not die. He didn't die. In the Eastern Palace, the Crown Prince said through gritted teeth. With one hand, he grabbed the embroidered cloth on the couch beside him and twisted the soft cloth into countless ugly flowers. The Empress's eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Coldly and nobly, she sat opposite him. In a cold voice, she said, "Pay attention to your identity and words. Fan Xian is an official of the court. If he doesn't die, as the heir apparent, you should be happy. How can you be so disappointed?" The Crown Prince laughed coldly. "This is the Eastern Palace. Besides, everyone knows that between me and Fan Xian, only one can survive. I'm afraid everyone is guessing that the Valley incident was arranged by me. Since that is the case, why should I pretend to be so benevolent? The Empress looked at him calmly. A moment later, she said, "Don't worry. The Emperor will not suspect you, because we never had this kind of power." The Crown Prince was speechless. Only now did he realize that among the powers in court, his power was the weakest. For one, it was because of the second prince's struggles these years. For another, it was because he had lost the powerful support of the eldest princess. Another reason was Fan Xian's existence. He smiled bitterly. Who would have thought that it would instead become a good thing? Mother is right. I have no way of moving an army to kill. Only a glimmer of jealousy flashed through the Crown Prince's eyes. If only Fan Xian had died. What if Fan Xian? Fighting the Ming family property lawsuit in Jiangnan. Yet you have to use the fact that the eldest legitimate son does not have a natural right to inheritance. Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? The Empress Dowager doesn't know? The Empress Dowager was already beginning to get angry. The Crown Prince smiled coldly. He was very grateful to that unknown power. Under such circumstances, they dared to directly attack Fan Xian and help many people in Jingdo do what they wanted to do but didn't dare to do. Many people were guessing which power was so daring as to risk universal condemnation and murder a favored official of the emperor in the outskirts of Jingdo. Everyone's gaze turned toward the eldest princess. It seemed that only this noble had such madness, such daring, and such power. It's very regretful that we didn't succeed this time. In a quiet manner in Jingdo, the most powerful and beautiful woman in Qing Kingdom was lying lazily on a low couch. At the foot of the couch was a fire cage with rising heat. Li Yunrui's eyes narrowed slightly. They were filled with laziness. She gazed at the second prince sitting below her and smiled slightly. However, this matter has nothing to do with me. I'm not that stupid. If I want to defeat Fan Xian, there are many simple ways. The second prince was slightly startled. From the moment he heard the news of the attack in the valley, he had thought it was done by the eldest princess, no matter how he thought about it. Only she had the boldness to not look at the emperor's face. He even faintly suspected that this matter had been tacitly approved by the Empress Dowager grandmother. Unexpectedly, he heard the eldest princess' straightforward denial. Of course, I'm very grateful to that person. Li Yunrui smiled slightly as she spoke. The 30-something woman did not have the slightest hint of a dying flower. On the contrary, she bloomed with incomparable charm. Each time she narrowed her eyes and turned her wrist, a romantic air naturally seeped out. She sighed and said, "It would be good if my son-in-law could be killed. The attack in the valley, simple, violent, direct, and military-like. I like it." Her words suddenly stopped. The second prince didn't know what to say. The room was filled with a speechless sigh. After a long time, the eldest princess slowly shook her head and said, "He still couldn't kill him like this. Is it because his luck is good enough? Or is it something else?" The second prince and eldest princess met each other's eyes and saw the unease and self-mockery in each other's eyes. Fan Xian truly was a monster with luck that could not be any better. Perhaps it could be said that everyone who valued him so highly still underestimated his strength. The details of the attack in the valley had long reached the desks of these nobles. Not only had Fan Xian returned to Jingdo alive under such circumstances, but he had also killed all of the assassins and captured one alive. All of the powers felt incomparably shocked. There was even a faint glimmer of fear. The eldest princess was not afraid. She only lightly thought about how wonderful this world would be if, and only if, the Nyolan Street incident had not happened. Continue to maintain good relations with the Eastern Palace. The eldest princess lectured the second prince like she was lecturing her own child. "We need his name to convince the Empress Dowager." The second prince nodded. Finally, he couldn't resist the powerful confusion in his heart and asked, "Who did it?" It can't be that Director Chen suddenly lost his mind. The serial numbers of the 5 city-guarding crossbows have already been found. The eldest princess gazed mockingly at the second prince. "They belong to your wife's family." The second prince shook his head firmly. The Yi family's power is far away in Dingzhou. Even if 200 warriors attacked overnight, it would be impossible to not alert the Jingdo Garrison and Overwatch Council. As for these 5 city-guarding crossbows, it is even more absurd. In court, we never care about whether or not it is absurd. The eldest princess mockingly said, "The Emperor and Overwatch Council want to vent their anger. In a situation where they can't find an exit, the Yi family will certainly become their punching bag." The second prince thought for a moment, and then calmly said, "Aunt, please act." Although the Yi family was far away in Dingzhou and had been repeatedly suppressed because of the Hanging Temple incident, they were still powerful figures in the military. Now, they had become family with the second prince. In such a dangerous situation, the second prince did not want the Yi family to suffer another blow because of Fan Xian's assassination. Even for the sake of the future, the Yi family had to be protected. "I am not an immortal," the eldest princess calmly said. How can the anger of the emperor be settled with just a few words from these women in the palace? She looked calmly at the second prince and said, "Putting aside the Yi family, you should also prepare yourself. I understand my brother the emperor. This time, he will certainly be very angry. Furthermore, if he can't find the root of the matter in the end, perhaps he will bestow grace and make everyone unhappy." The second prince lowered his head. He knew that many people were going to be unlucky, but he was not worried. In any case, the matter had nothing to do with him. He still persisted in asking, "Who exactly was it? And this matter is very important. Don't hide it from me." The eldest princess' gaze remained calm, but the corners of her lips twitched into a beautiful, slightly mocking curve. "Everyone knows that Fan Xian and I don't get along because I want to protect you, while Fan Xian has already made it clear in Jiangnan that he wants to protect the third prince." The eldest princess smiled slightly. "But you and I both know that the matter in the valley was not done by us. This matter is very clear. Why don't you deal with the third prince and only want to kill Fan Xian? This means that the assassination this time has nothing to do with that chair. It only has to do with Fan Xian himself. Other than that chair, the only thing that has to do with Fan Xian that is enough to cause a certain major figure in the military to take action is that woman from back then. Why would that major figure in the military want to kill Fan Xian because of that woman? It must be because he knows that if Fan Xian actually ascended in the future, or if he helped the third prince ascend, once he knew certain things, he would certainly have their family finish for that woman. It looks like that major figure in the military must have something to do with that woman's death." There was no need to delve deep into the matter. The eldest princess only slowly spoke each sentence as if she was talking about daily life. She was incomparably close to the original truth of the matter. "But the night Jingdo bled with blood?" The second prince furrowed his brows. "Didn't everyone who participated in the Yi family matter die?" The eldest princess smiled sweetly. A moment later, she said, "Is the Empress Dowager and the Empress dead?" A glimmer of fanaticism suddenly appeared between her brows. "Furthermore, if I haven't gone crazy, since that major figure in the military was able to live so gloriously until now, I'm afraid that the death of that woman back then was not so simple. Oh, I admire him more and more than when I was young." The second prince's lips were dry. He knew who his aunt admired. In the depths of his heart, he was incomparably shocked by his aunt's deduction. If the truth of the matter was really like this, then it could only be said that his aunt's heart was too sensitive and frightening. However, he could not be certain of this. A moment later, he furrowed his brows and said, "But I heard that on Fan Xian's way back to the capital, the son of the governor once shot an arrow." The eldest princess smiled lightly. "You also know that although that major figure in the military hides in his manor every day, his hands are stretched out outside. Yin Xiaoyi's son has always been hidden under his hands. This time, it looks like this major figure is also afraid that the emperor will actually find out about him and forcefully wants to drag us down with him." The second prince sighed and said, "It looks like everyone wants Fan Xian to die. I really don't know how father will handle this." "I have to thank your father," the eldest princess said with a slight smile. "He has turned Fan Xian into a lonely official. At the same time, he has unconsciously and unconsciously pushed everyone to our side. The Yi family is like this, and today, that major figure in the military is also like this. My God, one thing after another has been taken by him and given to my good son-in-law, and one by one, he has given me even better things in return. How can this world be so adorable? The palace treasury, the Chui family, the Ming family, and even her own daughter, the eldest princess, slowly tightened her fists. She maintained a gentle smile on her face, but her words revealed a glimmer of mockery. I have always respected him, but I also clearly know that he has a fatal weakness. The second prince didn't dare to continue. He is too suspicious. The eldest princess smiled slightly. Those who are suspicious are bound to lose. Without question, the eldest princess had an intelligence that was difficult for the common people to reach when it came to judging the political situation and the traps in the field of fame. However, regarding the attack in the valley, she had only guessed the surface. As for the deeper reason, other than one person, probably no one knew. Even a major figure in the military who was in charge of the attack in the valley did not know. In a quiet and large manor in Jingdo, this manor took up half the street. It was incomparably large and luxurious. Everything was built according to the mansions of nobles. Inside and outside the courtyard, there were all kinds of trees. In the dark night, it looked like the messy hair of giants piercing the lonely sky. An old man wearing a cotton robe was watering the vegetable fields in front of his courtyard. The old man wore a pair of cotton shoes. The heels of his shoes were already a bit worn out. He wore a cotton robe and cotton shoes, plain and simple. This was a temperament forged from countless years in the military. He loved growing vegetables, particularly after he got old. He rarely went to the courtyard to sit. He liked to work on the few plots of vegetable fields at home. His sons and grandsons all knew of his hobby and brought a lot of rare vegetable seeds. However, he didn't grow them. He only grew cabbages and radishes, the two most commonly eaten vegetables in the military. He was different from that muddle-headed King Jing. He didn't rely on the fields to express his sorrow. He was just used to it, used to growing vegetables, used to being simple and direct. There are some small matters tomorrow, so I will be even later. I will write less. I wish everyone a happy weekend. Bow and leave the stage. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.cmfu.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 447. The old man placed a wooden spoon in his hand on a rock beside the vegetable patch and then slowly sat down with his hands on his waist. He appeared to be struggling. It had just snowed and the weather was cold. The vegetable patch was full of snow and mud. How could vegetable leaves grow? And how could they need to be watered? However, tonight, he unconsciously picked up the wooden spoon again and used clear water to water the ground. It was as if he wanted to wash away something. The old man was very old. After Xiao, En, and Zhuang Mohan died, he became the only person in the world who was fortunate enough to personally witness the founding of the Qin kingdom. After 50 years, the deep wrinkles on his face and the increasingly conspicuous yellow spots were telling of his history and the history of the country. 3 emperors? More than that. How many emperors had he served? The old man couldn't quite wrap his head around it. However, when the previous emperor ascended the throne, he had, without question, chosen the correct path. That was why he had obtained an irreplaceable position in the military for his family. The current emperor was, without question, the one he admired the most out of all the emperors he had served. 3 northern expeditions, southern expeditions, and western expeditions. Although he had always held the fort in Jingdo with the authority of an important military official, stabilizing the emperor's rear, the sons and nephews in the military had followed the emperor. Some had slept in foreign countries, and some had returned home in glory. The Qin kingdom was fought out on horseback using guns, knives, and crossbows. The old man had also dealt with these weapons his entire life. He had killed countless people and destroyed countless tribes around the Qin kingdom. Millions of people had died in front of him, and his expression had not changed. This kind of history could not be washed clean with a few spoonfuls of water. In this long period of history, who knew how many famous generals, good ministers, wise monarchs, and grandmasters shone with their own unique brilliance. However, the one who left the deepest impression on the old man was actually a very young, very beautiful girl. Every time he thought of that girl, the old man's heart began to tremble. No matter how outstanding a person was, they could only try to change the direction of history. That girl, from the beginning, seemed to be prepared to overturn the foundations of the Qin kingdom and then the entire world. The old man never knew if that kind of attempt had a chance of success. He only acutely sensed that if he allowed the situation at the time to continue developing, the entire Qin kingdom's nobility would be swept clean by an undercurrent. Everyone knew that the Qin kingdom's nobility provided the most powerful manpower support for the Qin kingdom's military. He was afraid of this kind of upheaval. This kind of upheaval that seemed to make the Qin kingdom powerful, but would make the Qin kingdom not like the Qin kingdom. The old man was a soldier loyal to the Qin kingdom. For him, continuing the existence of the Qin kingdom was the highest and most noble mission. Thus, he participated in a secret and had kept this secret until today. The girl, or rather, the demoness, was dead. That's great, isn't it? At least, the Qin kingdom was still powerful. Furthermore, this Qin kingdom was still the Qin kingdom of the past. Nothing had changed. Using one person's death to exchange for the peace of the entire country, the old man had never regretted that decision. The old man sat silently on the rock and looked at the dirty water in the vegetable field. He did not speak for a long time. He had already heard about what had happened in front of the Bureau of Military Affairs this afternoon. 200 heads, the emperor had treated him well. He had been the head of the Bureau of Military Affairs for 30 years. This was an honor that had never been seen in the history books. But this top figure in the military still saw himself as an ordinary member of the military, just like he did many years ago. He saw the young men in the military as his own brothers, and as he grew older, he saw them as his own descendants. Although his face was cold, his heart was kind. Thus, the old man's prestige in the military was not something a normal person could compare to. The 200 good men in the military were the old man's most trusted private army. They had long been placed in Shao Mountain for secret training. Originally, they were to be used in the future attack on northern Qi. Now, he had no choice but to send them out early and use them in the plot to kill the court's imperial envoy. The old man never paid much attention to the political matters of the court. This time, he had to pay attention, regardless of whether it was for the continuation of his family or for the future of the Qin kingdom. He had to kill that young man. Yet he did not kill him. The old man coughed. He didn't know if it was because the coldness of the rock under his buttocks had seeped into his jacket or because a chill had risen in his heart. 200 people. The old man's face grew older, and there was a faint trace of sorrow. They were all his children and should have been the beautiful future of the Qin kingdom. Yet they had died like this. Furthermore, there was no peace after death. Their names would never be left behind. Instead, they would be recorded in the history books and be cursed by people. They would become the first rebel army in the Qin kingdom in decades. The old man's heart ached and chilled. The emperor was too heartless and chilling to let that young man stay in Jingdou. Furthermore, he was weighted every day. Looking at the trend, there would never be a day when it would stop. Even if that young man could not move while the emperor was alive, what about in the future? After he and the emperor both died, would that young man not bring up old scores? He had participated in the shocking murder case of Yi Qingmei. Did he expect her son not to bring up old scores? Ever since that young man from Danzhou had been summoned to Jingdou by the emperor a few years ago, an additional chill had appeared in the old man's heart. Other than Chun Pingping and Fan Jian, no one had thought that the old man had long known of Fan Xian's past. However, the old man was silent, even more silent than before. Thus, in the past few years, the Qin family silence in court had become somewhat strange. Because that young man was the emperor's flesh and blood, the old man could not do anything ahead of time. He was only watching to see how the emperor would arrange this young man. At the beginning, the old man was at ease because that young man seemed to be just a wastrel. He spent all day with Crown Prince Jing in the brothel, fighting over a woman's affections and boxing in the dark. He did not show anything special. Then, the old man became slightly worried because that young man was going to marry Princess Chun and prepare to take over the palace treasury. Furthermore, he wrote 300 poems in one night in the palace and became famous. However, he immediately relaxed because how could a mere palace treasury be in the eyes of a military leader? No matter how powerful one's wealth was, it was no match for knives and spears. No matter how stunning the poems were, they could not stand up to the galloping of horses. However, gradually, the development of the matter made the old man, who had been watching coldly from the side, wary. Only now did he know that the emperor had secretly given this young man the commissioner token of the Overwatch Council. As the most powerful figure in the military, the old man had cooperated with the Overwatch Council countless times over the years. Of course, he was most aware of the terrifying power of Chun Pingping and the Overwatch Council. Thus, he felt a glimmer of unease and chose to declare his position for the first time, to speak to the emperor and have Fan Xian go on a diplomatic mission to northern Qi. He knew that this diplomatic mission would not be as easy as it appeared. Because of Shaoan, there were still many difficulties. After the old man spoke, he once again fell silent. He secretly prayed that it would be best if the young man stayed in northern Qi forever and never came back. However, the development of the matter once again disappointed him. Fan Xian returned to Qin Kingdom in one piece and had even more power and fame. The old man once again fell silent. He calmly and steadily watched the young man. He watched him happily fight with the second prince in Jingdou. He watched the Imperial College, the Hanging Temple, and the palace. He found that this young man was indeed as he had expected. He was ruthless, clever, willing to pay any price, and held grudges. Powerful. The old man felt a glimmer of fear. Although Fan Xian was still far from enough to make him feel fear, each time he thought of that woman in the past, that Fan Xian was her son, and that Fan Xian seemed to be walking the same path as that woman, using a very short amount of time to obtain great power, and when he was even more ruthless and vicious than that woman, he felt a little afraid. Additionally, he did not know what the emperor was thinking. So, other than silence, he began to try to find a gentle way. He was gambling that Fan Xian would never know the relationship between the Qin family and the past. Thus, the old man chose to retreat and not ask or answer. In fact, after the emperor became angry because of Fan Xian's matter and gave the imperial censorate a beating, the old man directly chose to say he was sick and not go to court. He also did not go to the Bureau of Military Affairs to oversee matters. He just quietly stayed at home in retirement. The emperor was supporting Fan Xian, so the old man had to retreat. He kept retreating to the end to prevent the old matter from being dug up. The old man knew the emperor had this kind of ruthlessness. This was not him being angry with the emperor. Rather, he was expressing to the emperor that he knew his place. He also unconsciously did not want to interact with Fan Xian in court. On the other hand, the old man arranged for his son to be on good terms with Fan Xian. He also invited Fan Xian to his manor for a chat and observe him closely for a long time. If later matters continued to develop like this, perhaps the old man could still treat Fan Xian as a junior worthy of respect. The doors of a Qin family could always be open to Fan Xian. However, everyone knew that plans could never keep up with changes that came so quickly and left one at a loss. The Ming family had the old man's shares. The Qin family was all in the military. If they wanted to get cash, it was much more inconvenient than the officials in court. Thus, many years ago, when the eldest princess sent someone to respectfully bring 10% of the shares to the Qin manor, the old man nodded his head reservedly. He had always thought that the eldest princess was an intelligent person rarely seen in the royal family. Even if Fan Xian investigated Jiangnan, the Qin family would not be afraid. They only had 10% of the shares among the wealthy merchants in Jiangnan. How could the emperor punish the always loyal top family in the military for such a small matter? Yet, there was the matter on the East Sea Island. Privately moving troops and massacring an island was a shocking matter. As the head of the Bureau of Military Affairs, the old man was one of the few people in court who knew of this matter. Thus, the old man once again fell silent and sank into deep thought. Admiral Chang Kuan of the Jiaozhou Navy. Just as Deng Ziyu of the Overwatch Council had reported to Fan Xian in Jiangnan, this first-level admiral had a good relationship with the Yi family, but he came from the Qin family. The old man did not give Chang Kuan any instructions. The Qin family did not interfere with Chang Kuan's actions. It should have been the eldest princess's intention. After all, everyone had great benefits in Jiangnan. But the old man knew that the emperor clearly knew that Chang Kuan was a member of the Qin family. Chang Kuan was already dead, and the Jiaozhou Navy had been purged. Although the old man still had a few generals left in the Jiaozhou Navy and his nephew had already taken over the position of admiral, he was increasingly confused. What exactly was the emperor thinking? Why did he still let someone from his family control the Jiaozhou Navy? The Jiaozhou case had been investigated by Fan Xian. Even so, it was not enough for the old man to make up his mind to strike a lightning-fast blow against Fan Xian. He knew that if the assassination of an imperial envoy, a true prince, was leaked, the emperor would probably bestow a cup of poisoned wine upon him, and his family would certainly wither away. The last straw that truly broke down the old man's defenses was a piece of news from the Overwatch Council. The Qin Kingdom's military and the Overwatch Council had worked together for decades and had long infiltrated each other. In particular, when the Overwatch Council recruited officials, their first choices were candidates from various places who had not passed the imperial examinations and retired military generals. After decades, who knew how many retired military officers and generals had become people with real power in the Overwatch Council. As the top person in the military, the old man would not foolishly give up on these opportunities. He had long arranged for his own people to enter the Overwatch Council. Naturally, the Overwatch Council also had spies in the military. This was something that both sides knew, but no one would expose. The emperor also silently allowed his two hands to monitor each other. It was the old man's most capable person in the Overwatch Council who sent a strange piece of news to the Qin Manor. The Overwatch Council had a power above the 8 bureaus. It was currently secretly investigating certain things from 20 years ago. Although the things they were investigating did not seem to be connected, such as the change in Jingdo's defenses, the supply situation during the Western expedition, and the defense situation of the palace. There were even trivial matters, such as the allocation of rations. They were scattered and did not form a system at all. Because of his many years of vigilance, the old man smelled a glimmer of danger. When he looked at the file, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. If someone carefully weaved together these trivial matters, they would probably gradually point to the truth of the Taiping courtyard murder case, the bloody truth. At that time, the disgraceful role of the Qin family, who held the fort in Jingdo and was responsible for stabilizing the rear for the emperor, had played in this matter would also be exposed to the world. That power was investigating very carefully for fear of alerting someone, but it was also very smart. It wouldn't be long before the layers of disguise were torn apart and the true history would be revealed. Who was investigating what happened back then? Who was the power in the council that was above the 8 bureaus? The reports of the council people, in addition to the old man's judgment, all pointed to the Qinian unit that Fan Xian personally led. The last straw had been crushed. The old man gave the order to kill Fan Xian. He was confident that he could temporarily hide the truth of the attack from the world and the emperor. However, he did not want to face Fan Xian, who, once he knew the truth, would crazily seek revenge for that woman. Thus, he chose the simplest, crudest, and most direct method of killing. Perhaps he had wrongly estimated Fan Xian's interest in revenge. However, this mistake could no longer be changed. Hearing the news of the failure and the tragic deaths of the 200 soldiers, the first person in the Qing military, the head of the Bureau of Military Affairs, the old Qin master, seemed to have suddenly aged a dozen years. He rubbed his bark-like face and gradually calmed down. 20 years of faint worry and a glimmer of respect and fear for that woman's ghost made the old Qin master, under pressure, make the most direct decision. After the failure, this old soldier, who had roamed the battlefield for half a century and stood proudly in the court, finally sensed a problem. It was not just Fan Xian alone who was able to mobilize so much power to search for clues from 20 years ago and was above the Overwatch Council. There was also Chun Ping, that old dog. Having Chong Kuan massacre the island seemed to be for the Jiangnan matter, but in reality, it was to drag the old Qin family into this mess. This was the eldest princess, that crazy woman's favorite method. The old Qin master sat on a large rock and coughed. He finally thought through the cause and effect of this matter. This matter had nothing to do with Fan Xian, the emperor, or the Eastern Palace. However, there were two people who, for different reasons, both wanted the Qin family to be involved in this matter. Director of the Overwatch Council, Chun Ping, and the eldest princess, Li Yunrui. The two people who were the best at crafting conspiracies in the Qin kingdom, and even the entire world for different reasons and a common goal, had skillfully worked for over half a year and finally achieved the effect they wanted. In the face of these two people's unintentional cooperation, even a big shot like old Master Qin couldn't do anything. Father, the weather's getting cold. Go back to your room. The second young master of the Qin family, the current commander of the Jingdo garrison, Qin Hung, came behind the old master and placed a large coat on his body. Respectfully, he asked for instructions. The old Qin master turned his head and glanced at his son. A sour feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. He was already so old, yet his son was only 30 years old. Once he died, would he still be able to protect the Qin family's dignity and position? If only my eldest son hadn't died. Old Master Qin thought bitterly of that somewhat impulsive eldest son of the past. If his temperament had not been so fierce, he would not have been killed by a colonel in the army during the chaos. If he was still alive, why would he have to work so hard? The details regarding the old man's attitude toward Fan Xian, as well as the relationship between the Jiaozhou Navy and the Qin family, have all been mentioned in the previous chapter. If everyone is willing, you can go and play with those details. It can be considered a bit of fun. The chapter's title is Who Can Beat? Naturally, it talks about if Sister Ping and Sister Princess are of one mind, who in the world can beat them? I've always had this fantasy, but it's impossible in this book. Finally, I pull for monthly votes. Because the previous monthly votes were very effective, I am very moved. Thus, I took action to summon the monthly votes everyone still holds in their hands and summon them very seriously. To be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please log on to www.cmfu.com. More chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 448. The old Qin master sat calmly on the large rock and then smiled. The smile of an old man always appeared calm and warm. It was as if he had long shed all of his intense emotions. There is only the calmness of understanding the affairs of the world. He wore a quilt and an overcoat. He appeared a bit bloated. However, the old man's body was unusually tall and sturdy, so he did not appear cumbersome. Don't worry too much. The old man held his hands behind his back and stood in front of the snow-soaked vegetable patch. He raised his head slightly and used his already murky eyes to look at the winter moon that occasionally pierced through the night clouds. A glimmer of a dominance that had not been seen in a long time rose on his old face. Qin Hung had only learned of the arrangements in the valley last night. Other than being filled with shock, he did not know why his father would suddenly attack Fan Xian. As the successor of this generation of the Qin family, logically speaking, he could not accept it no matter what. The family had suddenly provoked such a difficult enemy as Fan Xian for no reason. However, he did not object. He believed that his father must have had his reasons for making such arrangements. Furthermore, he was a son, the son of a military family. He was used to receiving his father's orders with a military attitude. In the Qin family, the old man was the marshal. Everyone else was a general below him. As for orders, they could only accept them. There was no need to explain. Qin Hung was also a clever man. He knew why his father was not worried after the defeat in the valley. Fan Xian had too many enemies in court. It seemed that no matter which side, they could all try to kill him before Fan Xian returned to the capital. Of all the powers, the Qin family was the least likely to act. Even Qin Hung himself did not understand why his father wanted to kill Fan Xian, much less the people in court responsible for investigating. Furthermore, his family was the Qin family. Even if the emperor suspected something in the end, without a shred of evidence, he could not punish him. Of the 5 stops of the Qin family's army, the Qin family took 1 stop, and the Yi family took another, the old man slowly said. If you were an emperor, would you allow such a phenomenon? Qin Hung was silent and lowered his head to look at the muddy ground in front of his feet. But His Majesty will allow it, because His Majesty has great ambitions. He has quietly waited for more than a decade, just to wait for the Baldy in the north and the idiot in the east to die, or grow old. So he allows our Qin and Yi families to temporarily preserve it. Because in the future, when we conquer the world, we need soldiers to charge and kill. The old man smiled and said, Your father was also known as a famous general in the past, but I'm already old now. The famous generals of the present day are led by Northern Qi's Shang Shanhu. The Qin kingdom still has the great prince and Xiaoi. Although Yi Zhong is much younger than me, he has been in charge of the Jingdo garrison for many years and has long lost the fierceness of the past. But no one thought that the most powerful general in the world was not anyone else but His Majesty. Qin Hung remained silent, but in his heart, he was very certain of this. He was also a soldier. Just like all the soldiers in the Qin kingdom, he had a respect and admiration for the emperor, who had always lived deep in the inner palace. Although the emperor had not led troops for more than a decade, history had long proven that the 3 northern expeditions had broken the Wei kingdom, which stretched across the land, into pieces. Although he had never unified the world, the words, using troops like a god, could indeed be used on the emperor. For the Yi family to be able to survive until today, the old man slowly closed his eyes. It is because of Yi Luyuan, that old thing. Although the Qin family does not have Yi Luyuan, we are still able to survive until today. Why is that? Qin Hung lowered his head and said, Because father is here. This was a very sincere compliment. The old Qin master was silent for a moment and did not refute this. His students and old friends were all over the court and the military. If Yi Luyuan was using his exceptional martial skills to preserve a path of survival for the Yi family, then the Qin family was living happily in the Qin kingdom under his protection. All of this originated from him, so he had to live. Although he was so old and often sick, he still had to live. I am loyal to the emperor, loyal to the Qin kingdom, the old Qin master slowly said. Old Master Qin slowly said, I've never done anything to let your majesty down, so your majesty will never let me down. Qin Heng's heart thumped. He thought to himself, killing the imperial envoy in the valley today. That was the emperor's illegitimate child. Was this not wrong to the emperor? It was just that he didn't dare to ask this question. The old Qin master's eyes looked straight ahead. A domineering aura that he had cultivated from 50 years in the military sprang up. You don't understand why I would choose to act at this time. I also don't want to tell you everything that happened in the past. I just want to teach you what is the right time to act. When no one expects you to act, act. The old Qin master turned his head and glanced at his son. When everyone can act, you act. This water is already muddy enough. It doesn't matter if we add one more. No one knows what is below the muddy water, so we will be safe. Although the emperor is exceptionally wise, he is, after all, deep in the palace. He is unable to obtain first-hand information on many things, the old Qin master calmly said. Old Master Qin calmly said, There are only 2 people in this world who can guess or know that I have something to do with the valley. What's amazing is that neither of them will tell His Majesty about this. Thus, although the operation this time failed, as long as it is not brought out into the open, it is in itself a success. Qin Hung endured for a long time and finally couldn't resist asking in a low voice, Why won't those 2 people tell the emperor? Because the old cripple has been silent from the beginning. A glimmer of mockery rose to the corners of the old Qin master's lips. Regardless of the reason for his silence, the attack in the valley this time had the cooperation of the Overwatch Council. If he brought this matter out now, how would he explain it in front of the Emperor? Qin Hing understood, but he still did not understand why Director Chun was silent. Did he also want Fan Xian to die? This was something that did not make sense. He was silent for a moment and then said, "But if the director pulls out the person we buried inside, can't he tell the Emperor his guess?" "Guess," the old man said coldly. The old man said coldly, "You also know that this is just a guess. Why should His Majesty believe his guess? Furthermore, how could that person be so easy to pull out? What about the other person?" A glimmer of color appeared on the old Qin master's old face. It was as if the struggle he had not participated in for a long time had made him younger. In a quiet and mocking voice, he said, "In the court under the Emperor's rule, the only people I am wary of are Prime Minister Lin and Director Chun. Prime Minister Lin was forced by the Emperor to resign, and Chun Pingping has other thoughts. As for the eldest princess," the old man said with a glimmer of a mocking smile, "if the eldest princess wants to stir up trouble, the Qin family will have problems. Can Yin Xiaoyi stay out of it?" Qin Hung raised his head in shock. He had only learned of the matter of Yin Xiaoyi's son hiding among his subordinates last night. Furthermore, from his father's expression, he understood. Yin Xiaoyi's son's night attack on Fan Xian in front of the valley and then dragging Fan Xian and his group into the valley had been single-handedly arranged by the old man. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a trace of respect for his father. The old man hadn't done anything for many years, but once he did, he was indeed powerful. "My Qin clan has always stood on His Majesty's side and maintained a neutral position in the court affairs," Old Master Qin said indifferently. "Now both sides are dragging us into the water. So be it. I'll also hold them back. Let's stick together and see what we can do in the future." The old man sighed. Qin Hung was thinking in his heart that all of these important figures in the court and the military all had their own thoughts. If they were to band together, then wouldn't the Emperor become a loner? What did you see in front of the Privy Council today? Although the old man already knew about the situation from his own intelligence network, he still wanted to hear it from his son. Qin Hung recounted the situation at the time, focusing on Fan Xian's expression and the bloody man who was too horrible to look at. The bloody man was the only survivor left in the valley. Both of his arms were broken, one of his eyes was blind, and he was seriously injured. He was on the verge of death but could not die. Those are good men in our army. They cannot be insulted by the Overwatch Council," the old man said coldly. Qin Hung knew that the group of people responsible for the killing in the valley were private soldiers that his family had secretly trained at Shao Mountain. They could not be seen on the military roster. Even if Fan Xian had beheaded those 200 people, the Qin family would not have to worry. He hesitated and said, "That general is a strong-willed person." What he meant was that since that person would not betray the Qin family, why risk the danger of having spies exposed to silence them? "People in my army can only live standing and cannot live kneeling," the old man faintly said. The old man faintly said, "Letting him die a glorious death is the only compensation I can do at this time." Qin Hung was silent. A patch of winter moon shone down with silver light. It reflected the snow in the Qin manor and shone faintly. The old man coughed and walked toward the inner manor. He said to his son one last time, "In the future, you have to make decisions faster and be more prepared." Qin Hung lowered his head. He knew that his father was talking about the last part of the killing in the valley. He had led the riders of the garrison into the valley, but had been carefully stopped by Fan Xian's backup arrangements. He had been unable to carry out the last risky attempt. He laughed self-deprecatingly. What could he do when he had run into someone who didn't trust anyone like Fan Xian, who was so clever and clever that he didn't trust anyone? Early the next morning, at the back door of Jing Qingzi's manor, just like every morning, a man delivering food arrived. The man respectfully carried the food in, sniffed the air in the manor, and didn't dare say anything. He carefully chatted a bit with the manor's steward, and then hurriedly withdrew. Passing through the small alley to the main street, The man delivering the vegetables raised his head and glanced at the black, inscribed board of Jing Chengzi's manor. He rubbed his nose and thought, Sir Yan's family is truly too low-key. Everyone in the neighborhood knew that this manor was bestowed to Sir Yan by the emperor. Sir Yan had long been promoted to a third-rank count. Even Sir Yan Jr. had a title, but this inscribed board had never been changed. The man delivering the vegetables left. The vegetable basket still sat alone in the empty space beside the Yin Manor's kitchen. The housekeeper saw that there was no one around and very naturally stretched out his hand to lift the vegetable basket. It was as if he wanted to see how the portion was today and if the man delivering the vegetables had skimped on the weight. The portion was sufficient. The housekeeper smiled with satisfaction. He tucked his sleeves into the opening of his jacket to prevent himself from being frozen by the cold winter wind. However, no one noticed that he had already pulled out a strip of bamboo from the top of the vegetable basket. Arriving at the study, the retired head of the Fourth Bureau, Yin Ruohai, had already woken up as early as he had every day in the past. He had already washed up and was transcribing a calming essay. The housekeeper respectfully offered tea. He then, intentionally or unintentionally, placed a short strip of bamboo beside the teacup. Yin Ruohai picked up the strip of bamboo and furrowed his brows. His fingers used a little strength to snap it off and take out a small strip of white cloth. He then looked at the writing on it and sank deep into thought. His fingers tapped the surface of the table for a long time. It was as if he was lost in thought. After a long time, the present head of the Fourth Bureau, the future successor to the commissioner of the Overwatch Council, Yin Bingyun, pushed open the door to the study and walked in. He then turned around and gently closed the door. He sat down opposite his father and accepted the white strip of cloth. Looking at the contents on it, his usually cold brows couldn't help but furrow. That survivor. The Bureau of Military Affairs does not dare to take it. The two sides have fought for half a day. Everyone knows how hot it is. No one dares to put it in their own yamen. They are terrified that if this person suddenly died, the commissioner would go crazy, Yin Bingyun said worriedly. Yin Bingyun said worriedly, even if I can think of a way to silence that person, what if Sir Fan Jr. finds out? Yin Ruohai sighed and said, since the old man has come to our door, this matter has to be done. Yin Bingyun looked at his father and also sighed. If in the future the commissioner finds out about the attack outside the valley, we clearly knew about it beforehand, but didn't ask, will he tear down our house and behead us, father and son? Yin Ruohai was stunned. He looked at his son and sighed once more. His sigh was filled with helplessness as he said, what can I do? We can't not do what the director has ordered. If Sir Fan Jr. wants to kill us, we can only suggest that he first dismantle the wheelchair. Yin Bingyun's usually cold face couldn't help but show a glimmer of annoyance. A moment later, he said, when did you come to the Overwatch Council from the military? About 30 years, I think. Yin Ruohai thought of the past and furrowed his brows. Although I wasn't famous in the military, I was secretly the old Qin master's trusted soldier. However, I was buried in the camp and never had much use. Yin Bingyun shook his head and sighed. No wonder the old man trusts you so much. However, father has always been able to reach this position in the Overwatch Council. Presumably, the old man is very proud of the arrangements he made in the past. Yin Ruohai sighed for the third time and said with a not-quite-there smile on his face, the problem is before I entered the military, I was already a secret agent of the Overwatch Council. It can only be said that the old Qin master's luck is not very good. Yin Bingyun lowered his head and said, the director is indeed wise and has calculated everything. However, I don't understand. It was clearly something that could have been prevented, so why did he have to watch as these things happened? In Chun Garden on the outskirts of Jingdou, Chun Pingping sat in his wheelchair and yawned. He said to the angry Fei Jie beside him, what are you in such a rush for? You want to kill me so early in the morning? He's your most beloved disciple, but isn't he my most beloved successor? The fire in Fei Jie's eyes burned. Icily, he said, what exactly do you want to do? Fan Xian almost died. Qin Pingping muttered a few words and then said in his characteristic sharp voice, why? Of course, it's because of this fact, this established fact. Everyone says that I'm His Majesty's dog, but in fact, that old man is His Majesty's most loyal dog. Without some real blood, how could the dog owner bear to beat the dog? Chen Ping clapped his hands, licked his slightly dry lips, and said, "And I've always been curious. I've driven His Majesty's dogs into the courtyard to bark. His Majesty has become a loner. What can he do?" To be continued. If you want to know what happened afterwards, please log on to www.cmfu.com. More chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 449. What should I do? The strange light in Fei Jie's eyes grew stronger. His messy hair burned like a flame. Only an idiot would know what to do. However, Director, I must remind you that even if you hide yourself even deeper, you have already implicated so many people. If something happens in the future, the Emperor will always suspect you. Chen Ping gently patted his knees that were like frozen wood. Raising 2 fingers, he bent one slightly and said, "The situation you're talking about is, if the Emperor wins, then he will suspect me. I have never denied this, because the truth is that although I know 99% of the secrets in this world, there is still 1% that I cannot touch. For example, the Emperor's heart. Thus, I will choose to sever. If I don't do this, I will not be able to convince him. I will not be able to let that child live happily after the matter." Separation was to be severed with blood and fire. It was to be severed with the truest aura of death. Fei Jie was an old man from back then and had always held a high position in the Overwatch Council. Without question, he was the person in the world who had the clearest grasp of Chen Ping's true thoughts. Although Fei Jie was still confused about the director's final goal, he immediately understood the word separation. After many years, would the killing in the valley be like a layer of paper or a piece of cloth, a piece of black cloth? It would cover Chen Ping's heart and help a certain young person block the burning and suspicious gaze from the person on the dragon chair. What if the Emperor loses? This was the question Fei Jie was most worried about. After all, the Emperor was Fan Xian's father. If he won, at least Fan Xian, who appeared to be loyal to him, would not have much of a problem. However, once the eldest princess's side obtained the world, even if Fan Xian wanted to die, he probably wouldn't be able to die well. Don't underestimate Fan Xian. Chen Ping bent back his last finger. His not-so-large right hand formed a hard fist. Fan Xian is like this fist. He has strength. Furthermore, his 5 fingers are all closed in his palm, like a foreshadowing. I don't know exactly what this child is thinking in his heart, but I can vaguely guess. If his fingers are exposed, it's easy for others to chop them off. It's much safer to keep them in his fist. At any moment, they can shoot out and hit someone. Chen Ping gave a sharp laugh and said, "If we old men don't die, how can that crazy girl, eldest princess, easily control the world?" Fan Xian had sent his brother and sister to northern Qi and had secretly done so many things with the north. Why was this? Wasn't he preparing for all of this? He can hide his thoughts from others, but can he hide it from me? These words were true. Fan Xian's secret transfer of power to the north was still relying on the Overwatch Council's resources. As the ancestor of the Overwatch Council, how could Chen Ping not guess? Chen Ping lowered his head slightly and pulled up the wool blanket on his knees. This guy actually thinks further than anyone else in court. His arrangements for his retreat are more solid than anyone else's. I dare to bet that even if he can't stay in the Qing Kingdom in the future, the world will still change because of him. Northern Qi's foundation is still there. Think about it yourself. Fei Jie opened his mouth wide and was speechless for a long time. After a long time, he faintly sighed and said, "This is treason." Chen Ping sneered and said, "The country is not a country anymore. How can there be a word of rebellion? Besides, for that child, there really isn't much to be attached to in this country." Fei Jie understood the director's feelings, but still couldn't resist shaking his head. Has Fan Xian already grasped the secret of the palace treasury? I'm not sure, Chen Ping said with his head lowered. But after staying in Jiangnan for a year, I don't believe this kid doesn't think of a way to control the manufacturing arts and the palace treasury into his own hands. If Fan Xian was present, he would certainly prostrate himself in admiration toward this old cripple. Everything he was thinking had been completely guessed by the other party. If there really is chaos in the future, Fan Xian will go straight to Northern Qi, Chen Pingping's side. Chen Pingping's side. Even if the Qin court is extremely displeased, can the eldest princess and the Yi and Qin families destroy Northern Qi? With one falling and the other rising, the fate of the country will change. I'm afraid the situation in the world will be reversed. Fate Jie shook his head. It's just the palace treasury. Even if Fan Xian has the ability to control half of the arts, it will only make the Northern Qi court more money. It won't change anything. Won't change anything? Chen Pingping snorted disdainfully. In this world, there is nothing more important than money. Back then, the young mistress said this. Only the young mistress is not as greedy and ruthless as Fan Xian. Would Fan Xian really do that? Fei Jie sighed. But, after all, he is a person of the Qin kingdom. To help an enemy country, I don't believe it. He continued, then he might as well choose to stand by the emperor's side and help the emperor manage the court. Once he goes to a foreign country and becomes a foreign official, even if Northern Qi values him, he will just be a favored official without personal freedom. What good is there? Speaking of which, it is very strange. Chen Pingping smiled slightly. Chen Pingping smiled slightly and said, although I've never said anything to him, and I trust that Fan Jian won't say anything, it seems that Fan Xian has always had a deeply hidden knot in his heart toward the emperor. This child can endure to the point that I only recently realized this. Since there is a knot in his heart, no wonder he has been looking for a way out. Fanro is like this. Fan Xija is like this. If Minister Fan had truly resigned before the year, I think Fan Xian would have arranged for him to retire to Danzhou. Danzhou is a good place. It wouldn't take more than a few days to get to Dongyi by boat. Even the Qing Navy can't stop them. From Dongyi to Northern Qi is even closer. Fei Jie shook his head. That's too far-fetched. No matter how smart Fan Xian is, he is still a young man, not yet 20. How could he calculate things so far into the future? Besides, as I said earlier, Northern Qi is a foreign country. What confidence does he have in gaining the trust of the Northern Qi royal family? It's not good to have an old man as an emperor. He has to be someone else's official. This is only my guess. Chen Pingping blinked his tired eyes. Who knows how things will develop in the future? However, as for whether or not Northern Qi will accept the Qin kingdom's escaping officials, I think Fan Xian has some idea. At least in the next 2 years, he doesn't need to think about this problem. Don't forget that village girl called Hai Tang. Fan Xian spent so much effort to trick such an unremarkable woman into his hands. I don't believe he doesn't have any sinister thoughts. Would Fan Xian, who is far away in Jingdou, recovering from his injuries, feel wronged? As for the Northern Qi royal family, Chen Pingping furrowed his brows. The Empress Dowager can't hold on much longer. Kui hasn't said anything. The most capable members of the younger generation in her family have all thrown themselves under the little emperor. In another 2 years, the little emperor will have great power in his hands. For some reason, the little emperor truly trusts Fan Xian to let go of so much silver. I don't understand. It was rare for there to be something in this world that Chen Pingping couldn't understand. In any case, this is a matter for many years to come. Chen Pingping coughed and revealed a comforting expression. Perhaps, no, not perhaps. At that time, I will already be dead. What's the point in caring so much? I just feel gratified that Fan Xian did not fail to live up to my training. In the courtyard, I once said a few words to him, telling him to set his sights higher. He has done well. Although there are often problems with the details, he has made ample preparations for the structure of the bigger picture. Chen Pingping comforted. Chen Pingping said comfortingly, making trouble in Jingdou is only a matter of one country. Right now, his heart is already set on the world. On this point alone, he is naturally a level higher than Li Yunrui. He is beginning to get close to our great emperor. Fei Jie thought for a moment and then said, Director, you've confused me again. I just wanted to ask about the attack in the valley. I didn't think it would involve the world. Chen Pingping smiled and said, I think it's best if you go to the Fan Manor right now to see your disciple's injury. Fei Jie shook his head and prepared to leave. Chen Pingping suddenly said, Tell him he won't be able to leave. At least, I haven't died yet. Fan Xian had no intention of leaving. Those arrangements were just a last way out, just in case. Seventh, he had traveled between the 3 large workshops in North Min and Hangzhou. Taking a strange risk, he had quietly copied a thick palace treasury file. He was not prepared to take it and seek refuge with Northern Qi right now. He wasn't that stupid. Although he didn't know why the Northern Qi Emperor admired him so much, he knew his roots were in the Qing Kingdom. If he could live so freely in the Qing Kingdom, only an idiot would play a 1,000-li battle. However, an escape route had to be prepared. Besides, there were still so many enemies in the Qing Kingdom's Jingdo and countryside. If he didn't clean up these people, raise the 3rd prince to the throne, and ensure the Qing Kingdom remained peaceful, how could he be willing to let go? Just like how Chen Pingping was unwilling. Although Fan Xian had learned under the old man's teaching to look at the bigger picture through the eyes of the world, he was actually also unwilling in his heart. It was actually very simple for Fan Xian to let go. After Uncle Wu Zhu recovered from his injuries and came back, he and Uncle Wu Zhu would drift away alone and take a boat from Chuanzhou to the Western world to see the sights of the West. They would find those mysterious, yet cowardly sorcerers to fight and pick up a few Helen. It would be very satisfying. Presumably, even the Emperor, Yi Luyan, Siga Jian, Ku He, the 3 great powers under heaven would not easily come and stop him. Even the military would not be able to leave this master and servant pair in some place. However, they often stopped not because of their footsteps, but because of the ties in their hearts. Fan Xian was a person with wives and concubines. He also had his father, grandmother, brothers, sisters, friends, subordinates, and trusted aides. In the Jianghu, one's body was helpless. In reality, in the court, one's body was also helpless. It was impossible for him to easily leave. Thus, Fan Xian chose to stay. He valiantly expanded his power and prepared his path of retreat. At any moment, he was prepared to fight to the death in this difficult and dangerous court against those who dare to harm him. When he lay on the bed and listened to his teacher relay Chen Pingping's last words, although his heart was shocked by the old cripple's torch-like eyes, his face was calm. The corners of his lips twitched slightly. Mockingly, he said, Has the old man lost his mind and said all this nonsense? Where can I go? Fei Jie glanced at his proudest disciple and found that the kid's words seemed to come from his heart. He also felt that Director Chen's thoughts were overly complicated and thought of everyone under heaven as old foxes like him. Although he was a great grandmaster of poisons, in some areas, he was far inferior to Chen Pingping. He was even inferior to Fan Xian. Thus, he did not see that the little fox's smile was actually very sweet. Let me look at your injury. Fan Xian shook his head and smiled. Teacher, if I can't heal such a small injury myself, wouldn't that be a complete loss of face for you? He suddenly thought of something. He took out a brown paper bag from beside him and handed it to Fei Jie. Fei Jie held it in his hand and asked, What is it? Fan Xian was silent for a moment. He then said, I tried for half a year in Hangzhou and found a few medicines that seem to be able to neutralize the aggressiveness of the ice smoke. I want to see if I can make one pregnant. However, I don't really trust myself, so I asked you to help me take a look. Fei Jie was silent. He thought to himself that this kid had just barely escaped death in the valley. Presently, Jingdo was in a state of panic. No one knew what the palace and Overwatch Council would do. Who would have thought that this kid would have the leisure to help his wife research medicine? Of course, Fei Jie knew that Lin Wan would not be able to have children after taking the ice smoke. He had always felt embarrassed to see Fan Xian. Now that he had made it clear, he couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Fan Xian smiled warmly. Teacher, don't think too much. You worked so hard to cure Wan Er's tuberculosis. I can't be more grateful than ever. In reality, I don't really care. It's just that Warner really does want a child, so I'll have to trouble you to put in a bit more effort. Fei Jie sighed and agreed. He suddenly realized a reality. He had originally planned to go to Cheng Garden to find the director and seek justice for Fan Xian. In the end, he had been persuaded by the director to come and test the waters with Fan Xian. In the end, he didn't say anything in the Fan Manor bedroom and was ordered by Fan Xian to make medicine. After busying around, he hadn't accomplished anything all day. Fei Jie was a bit angry. He stared into Fan Xian's eyes and said, I can't be bothered to guess what you two ghosts, one old and one young, are thinking. If you have something to say, you can say it face to face. Fan Xian chuckled and said, I'll go to Qin Garden tomorrow. You still have injuries, Fei Jie said worriedly. Besides, after you were assassinated, the Emperor was furious, but there has been no progress in the investigation. There is much discussion in Jingdou. It is not very peaceful. I don't think it is appropriate for you to leave the manor and leave the capital at this time. Fan Xian calmly said, Teacher, don't worry. I won't give anyone another chance to harm me. The next day, outside Qin Garden, the wooden door slowly opened. The countless Overwatch Council assassins and all kinds of traps hidden outside Qin Garden did not feel a sliver of caution because of the visitors. Perhaps it was because the young official who came was also sitting in a wheelchair. Fan Xian sat in the wheelchair and slightly tilted his body to avoid the pain from the wound on his back. He allowed the old servant to push him down the stone steps. Chen Pingping also sat in the wheelchair with a wool blanket on his knees. Fan Xian tilted his head slightly and looked at the old cripple with great interest. The old cripple also looked with great interest at Fan Xian's appearance in the wheelchair. The two of them laughed at the same time. Yesterday, I wrote too fast, so I had old Master Qin wear a quilt. My apologies. I like Chen Pingping, so I've been serving Pingping recently. To be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please log on to www.cmfu.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 450. Unfortunately, regarding Wanner's pregnancy, a friend has come to accuse me of being a pervert and having a psychological problem. I shrug. If I am a pervert, then I am a pervert. I will not give up on Wanner having a child for the sake of 32 times the risk. Ignoring the fact that Fan Xian's body is perverted, his mind is perverted as well. The problem is, if Wanner does not want to have a child, then she is the real pervert. So, if Fan Xian does not take care of this, his family will never have peace. I do not want to spend the rest of the Qing dynasty on gynecological examinations and traditional Chinese medicine. I'm just a bit confused. Why does a simple popular novel have to be related to the eugenics of humans? I do not have the energy to start a debate about the martial arts of the Han Dynasty. I just feel that it is a wonderful thing, so why go through so much trouble? The world of the Qing Kingdom is my world. If I let them have a genius, they will have a genius. If I don't let them have a deformed child, then Fan Xian and Wanner will not be able to have a deformed child. In this book, Fan Xian will consider 32 times the risk, but I am too lazy to consider it for him. It is not like I am the one having the child. I have already made Fan Xian, a warrior, brave enough to face 32 times the risk. This topic ends here. After all, they're all pitiful people that I can do whatever I want with them. Another note. Today is my debut in the new writers section at the starting point. I hope there will be no problems. Thank you. Old fox, young fox, old wheelchair, new wheelchair. There were women in Qin Garden who did not dare approach. The laughter slowly rose and then died. The old man and the young man stopped laughing at the same time and became calm again. Fan Xian moved his wheelchair forward. His knees seemed to be touching the old man's knees. This position was very intimate. Chen Pingping pointed at him and then lightly patted the handle of his wheelchair. He made a hollow sound and asked, "Are you used to sitting in a wheelchair?" "Of course not. I have so many wounds on my body. I can't ride a horse to see you," Fan Xian said self-deprecatingly. He paused and then said, "Besides, This is not the first time I have been in a wheelchair. A year ago, in the Hanging Temple, I was stabbed with a knife. After that, didn't I also sit in a wheelchair for a month? As the saying goes, habits become second nature. Chen Pingping coughed lightly. He knew that the young man in front of him was trying to tell him that he had understood something. The Hanging Temple was indeed an immortal trap, but Chen Pingping was someone who had both feet in and out of the trap. The shadow was sent to the temple by him. Although the blow Fan Xian received was an accident, he had truly almost lost his life. As for the attack in the valley a few days ago, Fan Xian had almost been unable to return. Fan Xian was clearly forcefully telling Chen Pingping not to treat this kind of thing as a habit and always treat his life as a joke. He must not treat it as something natural. Chen Pingping tilted his head slightly, as if he didn't know how to explain. He frowned, raised his elbow, and pointed at Fan Xian's back. Fan Xian shook his head. I won't die, but you know why I'm here today, so let's be direct. You go first, I'll listen. Chen Pingping smiled slightly as he spoke. He smoothed out the slightly wrinkled wool blanket on his knees, making the wrinkles on it ripple like water and gradually disappear. Looking at the old cripple's slightly lowered head, looking at the deep wrinkles and waxy yellow complexion, Fan Xian was silent for a moment and then said, "Twice in a wheelchair. The first time was because of the Hanging Temple assassination, but I obtained the Emperor's absolute trust. Presumably, there are benefits to it, and I can accept it. Then why am I in a wheelchair this time? I really don't like the feeling of everything being controlled by you. Presumably, you know me. I am most afraid of death, so I want you to know, please don't try to do this kind of thing in the future. I will truly go crazy, and this time, I almost went crazy." Fan Xian extended 2 fingers and stared into Chen Pingping's eyes. Enunciating each word, he said, "It's already happened twice. I don't want it to happen a third time." The cold winter air under the stone steps in Chen Garden was silent for a long time. The Hanging Temple incident was an accident. You know this, Chen Pingping said lightly. As for the assassination in the valley this time, it really had nothing to do with me. I'm not an idiot. A trap is only a trap if it can be controlled. At that time, even the city guarding crossbows were moved in the valley. You could lose your life at any moment. If you truly died, even if this matter brought you any benefits, you wouldn't be able to enjoy them. Then, it wouldn't be called a trap, it would be called stupidity. Chen Pingping said with a glimmer of mockery, "Do you think I'm a stupid person?" Fan Xian returned his gaze and said with the same mockery, "Of course, you're not stupid. I'm just afraid that sometimes you're too smart and have too much confidence in me." Chen Pingping's withered old palm on the wool blanket on his knees moved slightly. Immediately after, he smiled slightly and said, "Isn't it a good thing to have confidence in you? I should be one of the few people in the world who understand your strength the best. You've always been good at acting. The number of times you've fought in front of everyone can be counted, particularly after you enter the 9th level. You've only fought with the shadow once. Everyone knows you're an ace, but they don't know how powerful you are. Particularly, they don't know the secrets you're hiding. But I'm different. I know all of this." "You must have let it slip," Fan Xian said darkly. "Old man, that was an ambush. It was in the valley outside Jingdou. The other party had over 200 crossbows. That's enough to go to Dongyi and kill Sigurjian. Aren't you afraid I'll die? If Sigurjian was so easy to kill, then things would be much simpler," Chen Pingping muttered. "I've already said that this matter has nothing to do with me. Don't forget, I'm also the commissioner of the Overwatch Council." Fan Xian said angrily, "If you're not stupid, am I? Do you think I've been lying in bed these 2 days and haven't checked what's going on in the council? If there weren't people in the council helping to hide the news, could those city-guarding crossbows be openly moved to the top of a small mountain outside Jingdou? If there weren't people in the council cooperating with those bastards, could they have so easily hit the target?" Chen Pingping coughed. "Perhaps something went wrong in the Jingdou garrison." Fan Xian stared at him and said, "How could the Jingdou garrison know the Overwatch Council's information flow? Even if the military could find out the exact time I returned to the capital, then what about the scouts in the valley that reported I was safe? The Black Knights hadn't left for long, yet the other party managed to calculate this? Chen Pingping mockingly said, since the other party wanted to kill you, naturally, they had to be fully prepared. If they didn't even consider these details before coming to kill you, they would be too muddle-headed. Fan Xian smiled coldly and said, pretend, keep pretending. Even if you didn't send a two-faced crow to secretly help in the valley ambush, during the process of the matter, and even after the end, you can't escape the suspicion of indulgence. Who are you? You're the most powerful figure in the Qin court. How could you not have heard any rumors of such a large plan in Jingdao? Why didn't you think to let me know or report? Could it be you also felt that me stealing positions and power in the council every day was an eyesore to you, so you might as well kill me to avoid being annoyed? But don't forget, it was you who begged me to come into this council. It has nothing to do with me. Hearing these words, Chen Pingping finally couldn't resist raising his head and rolling his eyes at him. Furrowing his brows, he scolded, "You brat, you clearly don't think that way in your heart. You also know I don't think that way, yet you insist on saying it. What do you think will happen? What can I do?" Fan Xian straightforwardly cut him off. "You've schemed against me twice and almost caused me to lose my life twice. You have to give me justice." "I said it has nothing to do with me," Chen Pingping said darkly. He couldn't be bothered to acknowledge him. Pushing the wheelchair, he followed the bottom of the stone steps toward the garden on the left. An evil fire was burning in Fan Xian's heart. How could he let this old cripple run away like this? His hands pushed hard at his side, and he followed, knowing that the two most powerful figures in the Overwatch Council were going to have a very secretive conversation. Chun Garden had long made the relevant arrangements. The beauties, who usually chattered in the garden and did not even fear the cold wind, were all locked up in their rooms and not allowed to come out. The female servants all hid in this area. The old servant also quietly left after pushing Fan Xian to this place. Thus, there were only Chun Pingping and Fan Xian, the two pitiful people sitting in wheelchairs. Chen Pingping was in front, and Fan Xian was behind. The old man was pushing the wheelchair quickly in front, and Fan Xian was chasing from behind. In a moment, they made a large circle around the stone steps of the manor. This scene could only be described as comical. To be honest, Chen Pingping really did not want to face Fan Xian, who still had an evil fire in his chest, so he didn't want to talk anymore. He pushed the wheelchair in front. This important figure of the Qin Kingdom had been in a wheelchair for many years, so he was more used to it than Fan Xian. Additionally, Fan Xian was heavily injured and had not been well to begin with. After the two wheelchairs made a circle around the manor, Fan Xian had already been left behind by a few chair positions. Fortunately, Chen Pingping could not play wheelchair escape in his own home. He only stopped by a small pond on the right side of the manor. Panting, Fan Xian spun his wheelchair and caught up. He stopped by Chen Pingping's side and turned his head to look. The two of them had made an anti-clockwise circle around the manor and were about to return to the starting point. It was truly a bit boring. "I am a patient," Fan Xian grumbled. "Even if my question makes you look bad, it doesn't have to be like this." "It's not that I look bad," Chen Pingping suddenly sighed. Chen Pingping suddenly sighed and said, "However, if you come to me for justice, I truly don't know how to give it to you." Fan Xian lowered his head and looked at the ice in the pond and the frozen black lotus branches. He couldn't help but furrow his brows. He blew a few breaths of hot mist onto his hands and gently rubbed them as he listened to the old man beside him speak. "Don't investigate matters in the council. There is no traitor," Chen Pingping slowly said. "I admit, I heard some rumors about the attack in the valley this time. Furthermore, there were indeed people in the council helping that side. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for you to be in such a wretched state. Since you won't let me investigate, presumably the traitor was purposely revealed by you," Fan Xian slowly said. "You also know that I was wretched this time, so I don't understand. The Hanging Temple was a rescue mission. The Emperor was not in my carriage this time. So why did I have to pay such a high price? Do you believe me?" Chen Pingping sighed. Fan Xian thought for a long time and slowly nodded his head. "Don't ask me yet," Chen Pingping faintly said. You will naturally understand in the future. I don't understand, Fan Xian calmly said. However, I also don't need to understand. However, I need to know exactly who attacked me and who the double-faced person in the council is. Chen Pingping looked at him calmly. A moment later, he said, "You don't have evidence on hand. You can't do anything to the other party. But you have it in your hands." "I also don't have it," Chen Pingping said coldly. "Even if I did, I would not hand it to the emperor. I don't want the emperor to take away our counsel in his anger. Secondly, it is a bit early to hand it over. There is too much hidden in these words." It was enough for Fan Xian to digest for a long time. However, Fan Xian didn't pay much attention to it. He directly asked the main point of the matter. "I still want to know who wants to kill me. In Jingdo, other than the people you trust, everyone wants to kill you," Chen Pingping calmly said. "As for who the mastermind is this time, I don't think I can hide it from you. I just hope you can be patient and not ruin the big picture." Fan Xian was silent. "It's the Qin family," Chen Pingping said lightly. "However, even if you go into the palace and hug the emperor's leg and cry, it will be useless. You don't have evidence, and I can't bear to pull out that chess piece for you to use as evidence. Even if the emperor suspects the Qin family because of your matter for the sake of the military, he can't drug the old man just because of a few words from you to vent his anger." Fan Xian couldn't help but shake his head. Chen Pingping glanced at him curiously. "You're not surprised at all?" Fan Xian carefully stretched, afraid that he would affect the injury on his back. Smiling slightly, he said, "It's still the same thing. I'm also a smart person. Since you aren't trying to take credit for me this time, then you must be trying to drag someone down with you. The only power in the court that hasn't been dragged down is the Qin family. This matter is not difficult to guess." The eldest princess had easily deduced the Qin family's involvement from a different direction. Although Fan Xian's direction of deduction was different from the eldest princess, the answers he obtained were both concise and clear. Chen Pingping nodded his head approvingly and said, "Now you understand that without evidence, the emperor will not easily move against such a powerful family in the military. Otherwise, if the military's morale is not stable, how can the court be at peace? I'm afraid that even if there is evidence, if the timing is not good, the emperor will not move," Fan Xian said mockingly. "However, I don't understand. You dragged the old Qin family down with you. Presumably, when the time comes, the emperor will know of this matter. Last year, you were in Jingdo and I was in Jiangnan. We both forced the crown prince, the second prince, and the eldest princess to jump over the wall in desperation. Now, they still haven't jumped, yet you add the Qin family to the other side. Do you really have that much confidence in the emperor?" Chen Pingping smiled slightly and nodded. "I've always had a lot of confidence in the emperor, just like I have in you." Once the words left his mouth, the two people in the wheelchairs fell silent. Just like their many conversations in the past, both of them were clever people. There were many things that didn't need to be said clearly. Each other's attitude was confirmed with just a few words. Just like how Fan Xian guessed his past, just like how each time the two carefully approached each other, it was the closeness of their true states of mind. "I'm very curious. Why aren't you curious that I dragged the Qin family down with me? Even if I have confidence in the emperor, if there's one less person jumping over the wall, it will be easier to handle." Chen Pingping smiled warmly and looked into Fan Xian's eyes. Fan Xian lowered his head slightly and said a moment later, "Presumably, it's not a big reason. It's just that you want to use this battle to clean up all of my future enemies. The old Qin family and I have always had a good relationship and have not participated in the fight for the throne. Presumably, this old Qin family has something to do with the story from many years ago." "Indeed, I didn't misjudge you," Chen Pingping said approvingly. "It's enough that you can deduce so much." Fan Xian was silent. A faint sorrow welled up in his heart. He still had another judgment that he didn't say. The old man in the wheelchair in front of him was in poor health and didn't have 2 years left to live. The old man knew this situation, so he had to end everything before he died. That was why he had arranged it this way. Thinking of this, the thread of impatience in Fan Xian's heart had already faded greatly. He still couldn't resist asking, "What if I actually died in the valley? How could you die? Chen Pingping looked at him seriously. You have to keep living. Fan Xian smiled. These words were very similar to what his father had said that day. He tilted his head in amusement and asked, why wouldn't I die? It's not like you know the situation in the valley. What kind of family does the Qin family have? It's fine if they don't act, but if they do, it will be a thunderous blow. No matter how lucky I am, I might not have enough luck to guarantee that I will survive these attacks. Chen Pingping was silent for a moment. He then said in a sharp and dark voice, I know my limits regarding the Qin family's arrangements. However, it was indeed too dangerous this time because I didn't account for 3 things. I didn't think that Lao Wu's injury would still not have healed, Chen Pingping said coldly. That muddle-headed old man of the Qin family didn't know you had such a god of death at your side. Chapter 451. Of course, Chen Pingping did not believe it. Back then, the old people all knew that the chest was in Lady Ye's hands. However, when Lady Ye was killed, she had not used a chest. This meant that at the time, the chest was not in Taiping Courtyard. Afterward, Chen Pingping conducted a detailed investigation of Taiping Courtyard and did not find any trace of the chest. Such an extraordinary item naturally couldn't be casually thrown away. Then, only Wu Zhu knew the whereabouts of the chest. As Fan Xian gradually grew up and lived in such a dangerous environment as Jingdou, if Wu Zhu was not by Fan Xian's side, due to his injury, he would certainly have given the chest to Fan Xian to carry at all times to avoid any possible danger. This was Chen Pingping's deduction. Furthermore, his deduction was not far from the truth. However, he was wrong on one point. Neither he nor the emperor had seen the chest with their own eyes, so they had no idea how big or small it was. Fan Xian did indeed carry the chest. However, it was impossible for the chest to hide it from everyone's eyes and ears. When Fan Xian was killed in the valley because of his own carelessness, the chest was still floating on some weak water. Meeting the old cripple's mocking gaze, Fan Xian spread his hand sincerely and said, I really don't know what chest it is. He had to keep this secret. Even if the old man in front of him could guess something, he could not admit it. Otherwise, if the emperor knew that the chest was in his hands, as the ruler of a generation, he would certainly not allow a mysterious magic weapon that could kill experts to stay by his son's side. The emperor would open his mouth and ask for it, so Fan Xian would not admit it from the beginning. Chen Pingping shook his head and was too lazy to continue asking. He knew that the little guy had to keep some protective treasures for himself. Fan Xian smiled slightly and changed the topic. Uncle Wu Zhu, that strange chest is one of the 2 things you didn't calculate for. What is the third? Chen Pingping looked at him mockingly. The third matter is very simple. I did not account for the fact that the carriage in the council could have helped you block for a while. Given your and the Shadow's abilities, it would not have been difficult for you to escape into the snow forest alone. Even if you were injured, you would not have ended up in such a state. You have been in the council for a long time. Of course, you know that experts and assassins do not live in the same realm. It is easy to kill an expert, but it is very difficult to kill an assassin. But other than the people in the council, not many people know that you are a 9th-level assassin. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Chen Pingping looked slightly angry. Fan Xian smiled coldly and said, You're talking about me killing my way into the snowy forest to get rid of those crossbows? Was that stupid? Even if I can escape, what about my subordinates? Don't forget, in this valley incident, I lost nearly 20 of my men. I didn't call you cold-blooded, but you called me stupid. Cold-blooded? Chen Pingping looked at Fan Xian with a faint smile. Have you forgotten that the Overwatch Council needs cold-blooded people the most? Where has your usual coldness and emotionlessness gone? Fan Xian tightened his fists slightly and said in a low voice, Those are my people. They are only your subordinates, yet you can't bear to sacrifice them. If you have to sacrifice even more important people in the future, what will you do? Your actions this time have easily torn through your cold exterior and revealed your cowardice. This is the so-called stupidity. A strong person not only has a strong body, but their state of mind must also be strong. Emotions like cowardice will only cause you to die a tragic death. Chen Pingping narrowed his eyes. A cold light shone through. That is not cowardice. Fan Xian retorted without hesitation. That is something I have to do. You can't care too much, Chen Pingping yawned. Chen Pingping yawned and said, You don't have to do too many things. I just think that your mother-in-law will be very happy. She finally knows where your Achilles heel is. Fan Xian's heart trembled. He felt a glimmer of inauspiciousness. He immediately furrowed his brows and said, I only care about the people I care about. No matter how many other people die in front of me, I won't bat an eyelid. Your mother cares about everyone under heaven. Chen Pingping closed his eyes and said, In this area, you are smarter than her and stronger than her, but it is still not enough. At most, you can only live a few more days than her. Fan Xian clapped his hands and warmly said, There is nothing more to say about these things. In any case, it is best if everyone can live to a ripe old age. He turned the wheelchair in a beautiful circle. The front of the wheelchair tilted up and circled half a circle around Chen Pingping. Chen Pingping looked at this scene and couldn't resist laughing. Is this very fun? Very. Fan Xian said seriously. You've been in a wheelchair for so many years, yet you haven't thought about how to develop a game to get rid of boredom. This shows that you are a very boring person. You spend all day immersed in a dark and muddled world. What meaning is there in living like this? According to Fan Xian's thoughts, it would be best for Chen Pingping to stay out of the matter and spend the last few years of his life going to a relatively large mountain with the beautiful concubines around him for a honeymoon or something. It would be better than dedicating his entire life to the boring business of political scheming. However, he also knew that for Chen Pingping, scheming about these things was perhaps not just work. It was also a kind of enjoyment, a kind of art. Thus, he didn't say much. After I die. Chen Pingping raised his withered hand and casually waved it in the air in the garden. This garden is yours. As for the women inside, if you want to keep them, then keep them. If you don't, then disperse. Fan Xian understood that this old man would not do anything because of the lives of these beauties. However, after spending many years together, presumably there would always be a glimmer of affection. Very naturally, he nodded his head. How are you going to deal with the Qin family's problem? Fan Xian suddenly opened his mouth to ask. Although Chen Pingping had told him to think of the big picture and not reveal his weapons right now, he still needed to give something in return. Chen Pingping shook his head and said, Everyone wants you to die. The Qin family isn't particularly good, nor is it particularly bad. If you make a move now, it will ruin the overall situation for me. Bear with it for now and see how their family is destroyed in the future. This in itself is a very happy thing. Fan Xian furrowed his brows slightly. A glimmer of helplessness appeared on his handsome face. Endure it again. In this area, you have to learn from your father, Chen Pingping said with a not-quite-there smile. Chen Pingping said with a faint smile, Everyone in this world has died, but I see that your father is still alive. Don't say that this is not a skill. To be able to survive is already the greatest skill. Fan Xian's brows suddenly straightened like swords. Slowly, he said, After all, I am a young man. I must make my attitude clear on this matter. Otherwise, any random dog or cat will come and try to kill me. It will always be inconvenient. Chen Pingping looked at him. Fan Xian did not seem to feel the old man's cold and severe gaze. He smiled slightly and said, I'll give you face. I won't touch the Qin family. I'll help you hide it and wait for the moment of the big explosion. As for the others, I will have to kill a few to accompany my subordinates in death. The wrinkles on Chen Pingping's face deepened. He sighed and said, What do the others have to do with the attack in the valley? Didn't you say it before? That all of them want me to die? Fan Xian smiled and said, Since it is so, regardless of whether or not they have anything to do with the attack, I will kill a few first to establish my might. Presumably, the emperor will not blame me too much. Chen Pingping shook his head in disapproval. Yan Xiaoi has never interfered in this matter. Why must you form a death grudge with him? Fan Xian smiled coldly and said, "What about Yin Xiaoi's son? Half a year ago, you only said he had a very powerful son. You didn't tell me that San Shi was also killed by him. You also didn't tell me that this little archer was in the Jingdou garrison." Chen Pingping was silent. He had not explained everything to Fan Xian on this matter. Presumably, Fan Xian had used his own power to find out. It was not good for him to say more. He only slowly said, "You want revenge, but it's not convenient for you to touch the old Qin family. Are you prepared to kill indiscriminately? The old Qin family has already been pushed to the eldest princess's side by you," Fan Xian reminded bluntly. "I cut my mother-in-law with a knife and let them bear some of the Qin family's anger. Is there a problem?" "There is no problem," Chen Pingping said in a dark voice. "It is just that your way of doing things is a bit unreasonable." Fan Xian laughed mockingly and said, "Meeting someone as unreasonable as you, I can't be bothered to waste my breath. Don't you know that us young people are used to being unreasonable?" The winter in Jingdou was cold. Although it was not yet the coldest days of the year, snow covered the residences, jade railings, and red walls. Heavy snow fell from the sky every now and then. All of Jingdou was enveloped in a cold air. The wide red walls of the royal palace were all wet from the snow and appeared a bit black. Just like the change in color of the red palace walls, all of the civil and martial officials in court knew that the Qing emperor's mood was also somewhat gloomy and dark. The news of Fan Xian's assassination had long shaken Jingdou. Everyone gradually knew the details of the matter and guessed that there must have been capable figures in the military involved. Each time they thought of how even the emperor's most tightly controlled military had problems, the civil and martial officials were all silent and cautious. They did not dare to say anything more. In the little court conferences that followed, other than state affairs, the most talked about was the assassination of Fan Xian. The investigation was led by the Overwatch Council. In cooperation with the Supreme Court and Bureau of Military Affairs, it had long begun. However, after drawing and comparing the 200 heads, not a single clue could be found. The survivor the Overwatch Council had caught was already on the verge of death. He was only hanging on by a thread. For now, there was no way to question him. Other than the 5 city-guarding crossbows and clothing clues, there was no progress in the investigation of the assassination of the imperial envoy. Although the emperor's expression remained calm, the officials who were fortunate enough to participate in the court conferences could all feel the anger hidden in the emperor's eyes growing stronger and stronger. However, they didn't know when this fire would spew out and burn these officials to ashes. Everyone knew why Sir Fan Jr. had rushed out of the capital last year, when he had been appointed to Jiangnan Road as the imperial envoy with full authority. It was because the rumors from northern Qi had directly exposed the layer of secret relationship between the emperor and Sir Fan Jr. In order to prevent the situation in Jingdou from becoming unstable, to preserve the face of the royal family, and to allow the Qin court to escape from this awkward secret, the emperor had secretly banished Sir Fan Jr. to Jiangnan. No one had thought that once Fan Xian came to Jiangnan, he would do so many things. He regulated the palace treasury, presided over the bidding, and vigorously supported the river works. In less than half a year, with the flip of a hand, he had solved the problem of the empty national treasury that had troubled the Qin kingdom for a few years. In the end, he had used the opportunity of returning home to visit relatives to clean out the nest of rats in Jiaozhou. The deputy general of the Jiaozhou Navy, Deng Xiaobo, had long been escorted back to Jingdou. He had taken his confession and made it into an ironclad case. He had been executed in the autumn. The silver in the Jiangnan treasury had long been moved back to Jingdou. The court finally had the confidence to begin major repairs to the river dikes, disaster relief, and tax reductions. Each of these were Fan Xian's contributions to the Qin court. The officials all thought that such a figure could not always be left in Jiangnan. He would probably have to return to the capital in the end. Furthermore, the emperor must have thought that after a year, the news would have long faded. The powers in Jingdou would have learned to accept this kind of situation. The illegitimate child that had been banished to Jiangnan would finally be able to stand openly in court. No one had thought that on Sir Fan Jr.'s way back to the capital to debrief, he would be ambushed. This was not just an ambush on the Imperial envoy or an ambush on a dragon. This matter had already touched the court's bottom line. If this matter could not be investigated clearly, it could only mean that the Emperor's control over the Qing kingdom was already far from what it had been in the past. In the present day, when the battle for succession was gradually rising to the surface, this kind of signal was, without question, like a smear of red seeping out of a giant whale's wound in the ocean. It was enough to attract countless sharks to greedily come forward to fight for food. However, the case remained like a ball of fog. For a long time, it was impossible to see clearly what was going on inside. If it dragged on for a few more days, the Emperor, in his anger, would probably disregard the consequences and strike down lightning as a severe punishment. The prudent officials in court were most afraid of this kind of situation. They were worried that the Emperor, because of his heartache for Fan Xian and his pride, would, in a situation where there was no evidence, attack limitlessly and punish without limit, and expand this matter to a point that the Qing kingdom could not endure. Please reconsider, Your Majesty. An old official, standing among the ranks of civil officials, stepped forward and knelt under the dragon chair. A friend has come from afar. I want to have a good time first. I'm going to drink. To be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please log on to www.qijian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 452. Reconsider what? The Qing Emperor raised his heavy eyelids. Recently, the signs of a snowstorm in the south had gradually appeared. There were more memorials from various provinces than the snowflakes floating down from the sky. If they didn't stretch out their hands to ask the court for silver, they wanted to recruit men, or they repeatedly complained that taxes were going to be reduced next year. If it was reduced, then so be it. That person was right. If they relied on digging for silver from the ground, even if they scraped 3 feet of the ground, they wouldn't be able to get many silver shavings. For something like silver, they still had to rely on selling things. And Ji had earned so much silver for the court in Jiangnan, so the court was not in a rush for the rice stock money from each county. However, Xueqin had sent an urgent message from Hangzhou. Was the snow in Jiangnan this heavy? The Emperor furrowed his brows. In the autumn of the year before last, there had been a great flood. Who knew how many of his people had drowned and how many of their houses and fields had been destroyed? With great difficulty, it had taken more than a year for the imperial court to recover and accumulate some strength. Who would have thought that there would suddenly be another great snowfall? The heavens truly did not give him, the emperor, any face. However, he heard that the Hangzhou conference in Jiangnan seemed to have anticipated the winter snowstorm and made a great deal of preparations. After all, it was an organization of the people. When it came to disaster relief, they moved faster than the government. Every time this matter was brought up, his mother in the palace also had a smile on her face. She was a merciful person and could not bear to see the wretched sight of the people. No matter what, the Hangzhou conference was something the nobles in the palace had pooled together money to put together. The women in the palace all felt proud. The emperor couldn't resist smiling. Why did Chingirl put so much effort into this matter? It looked like she had indeed been stifled in the palace. She had probably been led astray by her husband. She was a princess, yet she spent so much effort on these matters. He abruptly woke up with a start. Only now did he realize that his mind had wandered. Even if it was something he was thinking about, it had something to do with that young man. After a slight pause, he smiled and repeated his question. Reconsider what? The person kneeling in the hall was Shu, the scholar of the Hall of Governmental Affairs. This scholar was old and had always received the emperor's respect. Furthermore, he had always walked in court as an outspoken official. Thus, when they were discussing the investigation of the assassination of the imperial envoy, only this scholar dared to stand out and refute the emperor's opinion. However, the officials all thought that the emperor must be angry right now, so they were a bit timid. Even Shu the scholar, who dared to speak frankly, did not bow like he usually did. Instead, he knelt. But he didn't think that His Majesty, who was sitting on the dragon throne, didn't hear what he said clearly and seemed to be distracted. The glimmer of a smile at the corners of the emperor's lips while he was lost in thought also fell into the eyes of the officials. The officials muttered in their hearts, wondering what the emperor was thinking about to make him so happy. Could it be that he was not as furious as the officials thought he was? Impossible. The officials shook their heads and their hearts. Everyone knew that the emperor favored this illegitimate child the most. Thus, in the hearts of these officials, who thought that they were naturally astute, this smile gained an additional mysterious and unfathomable meaning. Everyone's hearts trembled. Please reconsider, Your Majesty. Although the city guarding crossbow belongs to Dingzhou, this clue is a bit too. Shu Wu thought for a moment and didn't know what words to use. It is too obvious. I keep feeling that a true traitor is purposely framing us. Please reconsider and take back the earlier edict. The emperor smiled. Only now did he understand what Shu Wu was afraid of. Waving his hand, he said, "Stand up and reply. You're already so old. Don't easily learn from others and kneel to admonish." These words appeared very gentle, but the emperor's gentleness revealed a sense of confidence and stability. It was as if he didn't care about this matter at all. The officials had been worried about the emperor's control over the court earlier. Looking at this scene, they couldn't help but be speechless and blame themselves. How could they have been so muddle-headed? Who was the person on the dragon throne? He was the most valiant monarch since the founding of the Qing kingdom. Of course, I am not having Yizhong return to the capital for something as simple as debriefing. The emperor smiled slightly and gently stroked the short beard on his chin. Since the assassination of the imperial envoy has implicated him, of course, he has to explain. The Yi family has guarded the country's borders for generations and has performed meritorious deeds under heaven. Of course, I will not doubt it. However, there has to be a decision in this matter and a clear explanation. Shu Wu wiped the sweat from his forehead and climbed up from the ground with some difficulty. With the scholar's support, he returned to the ranks. When he had first heard the emperor order Yizhong to return to the capital, he had thought that the emperor, in his anger, was going to directly throw Yizhong into prison to seek justice for his illegitimate child. Thus, in his fear, he had stepped out to admonish. Now that he heard this was not the case, he felt at ease. Although he was a civil official, he had been in court for a long time. He understood what the military meant to a country that had not even been founded for a century. Thus, he was very afraid that the emperor would wantonly humiliate and harass the military because of the assassination in the valley and shake the foundation of the court. Shu the scholar's heart was for the Qing kingdom, so he was at ease. However, the emperor's words fell into the ears of the other officials and had a different meaning. Why is the emperor suddenly so gentle toward the Yi family? It was because the emperor had not been gentle toward the Yi family in the past 2 years that the emperor had suddenly become gentle. For a moment, countless officials could not wrap their heads around it. However, the so-called might of an emperor was something the officials could not wrap their heads around. They still had to wrap their heads around. Thus, they all prostrated themselves on the ground and praised the emperor's wisdom and magnanimity. The emperor actually did not think too much about it. He was also not as angry as the officials imagined. As an emperor, he had to maintain a necessary sense of mystery and eternal calm to show that he was as unmoving as a mountain and that the world was in his hands. Furthermore, Fan Xian had not died. If Fan Xian had been killed in the valley for the Qing emperor, it would be a criminal case. Since Fan Xian had not been killed, the criminal case had become a political matter. However, when great or muddle-headed politicians handled political matters, they all had a common trait. They were not in a hurry. The former were not in a hurry because they had a well-thought-out plan. The latter were not in a hurry because they didn't know how to act. The emperor was the former. However, he had an additional identity, so he still had an uncontrollable anger toward Fan Xian's assassination. As a father, what he wanted to do the most was to bring Fan Xian into the palace to see how his injuries were. However, this time, it was not an assassination in the Hanging Temple. He could not find any reason to bring Fan Xian into the palace. Later, he heard reports that Fan Xian had not been recovering in the manor for long before leaving the city for Qin Garden. The emperor knew that Fan Xian's injuries were not serious and relaxed. Do not forget, even if the Qing emperor was the coldest and most emotionless person in the world, no matter how much of a bastard he was still a bastard's father. Just as Chen Pingping and Fan Xian did their best to guess and test, the emperor always had a confidence that was difficult for the common people to reach, as well as a great ambition that had been hidden under his calm expression for a dozen years. As for the military's assassination this time, the emperor was shocked. Furthermore, even now, he was unable to completely find out which family had acted. He only had a faint guess, but he was not very worried. On the contrary, he welcomed the fact that someone had begun to challenge his authority and cleverly guided the situation in the direction he needed. Everything in his own country had long ceased to arouse his interest. No matter how stable he ruled the Qing kingdom's territory, for him, who longed to leave his name in the annals of history, it was already meaningless, especially one with the most ink stains. He waited for that day with incomparable longing. He forcefully suppressed his excitement as he waited for the arrival of that day. "Your Majesty," a eunuch knelt outside the doorsill of the royal study and respectfully he said to the emperor, wearing a large brocade robe on the couch, "I've checked with the council." In the days before Sir Fan Jr. returned to the capital, all the manors were quiet. The emperor nodded his head to indicate that he understood. "Has news from Sangzhou come back?" The eunuch's buttocks rose a little higher. In a gentle voice, he said, "Governor Yin left the camp to return to the capital. There was nothing strange along the way." The emperor waved his hand and had the head eunuch retreat. The head eunuch didn't say more. However, his hand on the ground trembled slightly. He thought, there is still news from Dingzhou that hasn't been reported back. Why hasn't the emperor returned? Has he already predicted? Or is he preparing to blame it on the Yi family? What do you think? The emperor casually picked up a book from the side of the couch and flipped through it. The old eunuch Hong slowly walked out. He bowed slightly to the emperor's side and slowly said, "How could I have any opinions?" The emperor smiled and said, "Everyone has their own opinion." Eunuch Hong gently coughed. After a moment of silence, he said, "I think that Sir Fan Jr.'s assassination in the valley this time is truly strange. I keep feeling that it was arranged by someone. However, I cannot understand why someone with the power to arrange this would harm Sir Fan Jr." The emperor threw the book in his hand to the side. After a moment of silence, he said, "Don't speak of this." "Yes, Your Majesty." Eunuch Hong bowed. A moment later, he quietly said, "The Empress Dowager invites Your Majesty to sit in Hongguang Palace in a moment." The emperor smiled warmly and said, "Is there a need for you to say this?" Eunuch Hong hesitated for a moment and then said, "There is news from outside the palace that has entered the Empress Dowager's ears. She seems to be a bit depressed." The emperor furrowed his brows slightly and asked, "What news?" First, after that lawyer, Song Shuren, returned to the capital, his mouth has not shut. He is still discussing the Jiang and Ming family lawsuit. Eunuch Hong carefully glanced at the emperor's expression and asked, "The Empress Dowager does not like it." The emperor's expression was slightly icy. His finger unconsciously tapped on the wooden table. Song Shuren was the person who had helped Fan Xian with the lawsuit in Jiangnan. He had argued continuously in the Suzhou government for 3 months. What he had talked about was the issue of the eldest legitimate son's right to inheritance in Qing law. This lawyer had some reputation in the capital. Presumably, he was a clever person. How could he have spread this matter so widely after returning to the capital? Thinking of this, the emperor immediately understood that someone must have arranged it. The Empress Dowager must also know, which was why she was unhappy. After all, the Empress Dowager still loved her grandson, the Crown Prince. "Have that lawyer shut his mouth," the emperor said coldly. After pausing for a moment, he then coldly said, "But don't make him disappear. He is Fan Xian's person. I have to give a child some face." Eunuch Hong restrained his voice and quietly made a sound of acknowledgement. However, he did not leave immediately. What else is there? Eunuch Hong's withered expression did not change. In a quiet voice, he said, "The palace heard. Sir Fan Jr. obtained a good sword in Jiangnan. It was sent by the head of the Overwatch Council stationed in northern Qi, Wang Qinian. The soft skin under the emperor's left, I couldn't help but jump a few times." He forcefully suppressed a glimmer of annoyance in his heart and warmly said, "I understand." Walking under the damp, vermilion and black palace walls, passing by the winter and cold-resistant golden thread willows in the garden, the lake in the palace had already frozen over. The autumn grass did not have the honor of receiving the auspicious snow and had long been cleared away by the servants and eunuchs. Along the way, a patch of cleanliness hid the desolation. The emperor walked in front with his hands behind his back through the spacious palace. No one dared to come too close around him. Behind him, Eunuch Yao led a group of young eunuchs. Holding coats, warmers, and small hand stoves, he followed behind with small quick steps. Before long, he came to a quiet little courtyard. There was a building in the courtyard, a small building. It was the small building where the emperor and Fan Xian had their first heart-to-heart talk. The emperor pushed open the door and entered, casually brushing away a few snowflakes drifting down from the top of the door. He went straight up to the second floor. Eunuch Yao took the items from the hands of the young eunuchs and gave a few reminders. He then also entered the little courtyard but did not go upstairs. He could only wait quietly downstairs. At the same time, he began to boil water and prepare tea. The emperor stood in the side room on the second floor. His eyes looked at the painting on the wall. He looked at the yellow-clothed woman in the painting gazing at the riverbank. He did not speak for a long time. He was only silent. Although his eyes were focused on her, his heart was thinking of something else. Sword? Naturally, it was the sword of the Wei Emperor that Wang Qinian had bought from northern Qi for a great deal of money to honor Enji. Lawyer? The emperor smiled coldly. Enji had been killed and heavily injured, but those people were still unwilling to be quiet. His mother's attitude toward Enji was already calm. Without asking, he knew that these things were instigated by his good sister and the empress. Half a year ago, Li Yunrui had arranged for someone to enter the palace to tell the Empress Dowager about Dream of the Red Chamber. The emperor knew what his sister was planning. Today, the lawyer and the sword. Naturally, she wanted to provoke his mother into anger. There were many rules in the royal family. An official secretly holding the sword of the former Wei Emperor was indeed inexcusable. However, Enji was still injured, yet those people couldn't help but want to do something. This contrast made the emperor faintly angry. After a long time, a sigh broke the silence in the little building. The emperor slowly turned and sat down in front of the painting. His left hand gently stroked an item on the table. Under his slender and steady palm was that sword. The sword of the Wei Emperor that Wang Qinian had bought for a great deal of money and sent to Jiangnan. A slight smile rose to the corners of the emperor's lips. Presumably, those people did not know that the second day after Fan Xian woke up, he had asked someone to deliver this sword into the palace and into the emperor's hands. There was also a secret letter attached. There was nothing special in the letter. There were no major complaints about the assassination. Instead, it was just sincere and respectful with an occasional hint of viciousness. This glimmer of viciousness was well revealed. It was revealed very openly. As a ruler, the emperor valued the hearts of the people by his side the most, just as he had thought when he spoke with Qin Pingping that day. Honesty was one aspect of it. Before and after, Fan Xian appeared very honest, but the rest of his sons and officials were not honest at all. He sat like this under the painting, slightly tired and worried. The yellow-clothed woman in the painting was also slightly tired and worried. Just like this, one in the painting and one outside. The two of them rested at the same time. After a long time, the usual unswerving and steady expression reappeared on the emperor's face. Standing, he flipped his hand around the emperor's sword Fan Xian had presented and walked downstairs. Eunuch Yao carefully handed over a cup of tea. The emperor took a sip and handed over the sword. Calmly, he said, "Pass on my edict. The commissioner of the Overwatch Council, Fan Xian, is loyal to the country and has deeply comforted my heart. He is specially bestowed with a treasured sword." Eunuch Yao hurriedly accepted it. In the end, the emperor lightly said, "Summon Yin Bingyun, He Zhong Wei, and Qin Heng into the palace." He said the names of a dozen officials. These people all had one thing in common. They were all young. Eunuch Yao accepted the order and left the building. He sent out various eunuchs to various places to pass on the information. He then left the palace himself. Escorted by guards, he arrived at the Fan Manor. There was no need for incense or firecrackers. He entered the back garden and gave the sword wrapped in a yellow cloth to the young man. Everything was normal. However, this matter was recorded. Presumably, everyone in Jingdo would know about it tomorrow. Fan Xian held the sword in a daze, thinking, why was the emperor so polite? The young officials who had rushed into the palace were also wary and secretly guessing the emperor's thoughts. If you want to know what happened after, please log on to www.chijian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 453. Fan Xian held the sword and smiled bitterly. After his father entered the room, he immediately put on his most sincere smile and said, "Father, you're back so early?" Fan Jian nodded and sat down in front of the bed. There hasn't been much to do in the Ministry of Revenue recently, so there's no need to stay there all the time. After saying this, he handed over an oiled paper bag and said, "Buns from Xinfeng Restaurant. The third prince has been silently studying these 2 days." The old man thought that he had been outside for a year and watched him closely. Although he knew of your injury, he couldn't come out for a while. He only remembered that you liked Xinfeng Restaurant buns, so he had someone buy them and deliver them to you. Fan Xian accepted the still warm paper bag and took out one from inside. Carefully taking a bite, he found that the oily soup in the large bag was not very hot. Fan Jian looked at his son's appearance and couldn't help but furrow his brows and shake his head. Fan Xian took a bite and then placed the paper bag on the table. Unconsciously, he turned his head to glance at the snow on the windowsill. A glimmer of envy appeared in his eyes. "Don't think about going out again." Fan Jian saw what his son was thinking and coldly said, "The day before yesterday, I let you slip out and go to Qingarden. Be content. Jingdo is snowing and the roads are slippery. You're also injured, yet you don't know how to behave yourself." Fan Xian smiled self-mockingly and said, "Am I really that popular? It's not like everyone wants to stab me with a knife. Besides, in Jingdo, would there actually be people who would dare to make a move?" Fan Jian smiled coldly and said, "The inside and outside of Jingdo are only a dozen li away. What difference do you think it makes?" He was silent for a moment and then quietly said, "It's best if you calm down for now. The emperor will naturally seek justice for you." Fan Xian's mouth respectfully agreed, but in his heart, he was thinking of a completely different matter. Both Qin Pingping and Fan Jian seemed to be watching the emperor's attitude. The two old men also had their own private actions. However, they both hid it from Fan Xian and didn't want to get too involved. However, Fan Xian knew that the one who was injured was him. He was also the first to bear the brunt. Blindly enduring, it was not in line with his principles. As for what the emperor would do next, Fan Xian could vaguely guess a little through his conversation with Qin Pingping. However, the change of blood in court did not seem to have much to do with him. After his father left the room, Fan Xian rolled his eyes and stretched. He tested the wound on his back and found that it was almost healed. His medical skills and his freakish physique made him very suitable for a life of dancing on the edge of a sword. He got out of bed and put on his clothes and shoes. He tried to be as quiet as possible so as not to disturb the maids serving him outside. Sitting on a stool by the table, he frowned and thought for a moment and decided that the box should be safe to leave as it was. There were many clever people in the world, but those who were too clever would never think that they would do such a thing. After making up his mind, he gently pushed open the innermost cotton curtain. A gust of hot air came from the incense burner in the outer room. He crushed a pill between his fingers, and its fragrance gradually filled the air. The sluggish maid was already feeling sleepy by the incense burner. She was startled to see her young master come out, but when she smelled the fragrance, she immediately fell asleep again. Fan Xian tilted his head slightly and looked at the maid's charmingly naive appearance. He couldn't resist smiling. It looked like Siki, that girl, would be enchanted by him for the rest of her life. One had thought it would be a long journey to Hangzhou, so she hadn't brought this girl. Unexpectedly, he still had to send her to sleep after returning to the capital. Wrapping himself in a thick fur cloak, Fan Xian carefully snuck along the corridor toward the back door. Presently, the Tung couple were both in the manor. Their control over the servants had always been lax. In this snowy day, if the master did not give any orders, the servants and maids liked to hide in the room and laze around. Coincidentally, no one discovered Fan Xian's act of leaving the house. Of course, when he was about to approach the metal door, there were always guards standing there. However, Fan Xian glared at them, and the guards could only pretend to be mute. In the end, the young master and the old master were both masters. It would not do to offend either of them. Easily leaving the manor, Fan Xian climbed into the normal carriage. Mu Feng carefully helped him into the carriage and then carefully sealed the cotton curtains around the window. Fan Xian shook his head and said, "I just wanted to see some scenery. What if you sealed it?" Mu Feng smiled and didn't say anything more. Putting on a raincoat, he covered the Overwatch council robe inside. With a shake of his wrist, the horsewhip made a few turns in the air, bringing down a few snowflakes. The carriage slowly began to move. The swordsmen of the 6th Bureau followed in the dark. There were also some Overwatch Council secret agents disguised as passers-by who merged into the small number of Jingdou pedestrians. The carriage traveled to a lively part of Jingdou and carefully avoided pedestrians. Fan Xian lifted a corner of the curtain and looked out. He saw that the shops on both sides of the street were still open. The vendors selling snacks held up large umbrellas and used the heat in their pots to resist the harsh winter temperature. Compared to a year ago, there was nothing strange. He couldn't help but smile. For the court, the imperial envoy being assassinated was indeed a major matter. For these common people, presumably, it was the most delightful topic of conversation these few days. However, it could not affect them too much. Those who needed to do small business still had to do small business. Those who needed to worry about the surplus food in their homes still had to worry about it. His being assassinated made the court restless. It did not change much for the daily life that had been the same for tens of thousands of years. Suddenly, his heart jumped. He stared at a few people on the neighboring street and did not move his gaze for a moment. Those people, who clearly looked like aces, were warily surrounding and protecting a young man. It was clear that the young man had disguised himself, but how could he hide it from Fan Xian's eyes? His heart jumped. "Follow them," Fan Xian ordered in an urgent voice as he watched the group of people buy some things and climb into his carriage. Mu made a sound of acknowledgement. He gently lifted the reins and followed. The two carriages, one in front and one behind, circled around the busy street and turned into a relatively quiet and luxurious street. At this time, it was still early. The winter entertainment had not yet begun, so the buildings on the street were all quiet. Only the brothel in the best position in the middle of the street had red lanterns hanging high. Heavy curtains blocked the wind and used the spring scenery inside to attract the male creatures in the cold wind and bitter snow outside. It was Jingdou's most famous Baiwa brothel. Fan Xian watched as the group of people got off the carriage and walked into the building. He furrowed his brows and wondered if his eyes were really blurry after his injury. His head was full of questions. Without thinking, he had Mu Feng drive the carriage into the inner courtyard of Baiwa brothel from a side road and stop outside the door by the lake behind the building. He was the true boss of Baiwa brothel. The housemaid waiting at the back door saw him come down from the carriage and jumped in fright. She thought to herself, "Is this master heavily injured? How could he still have the leisure to come to the brothel to inspect?" She didn't say anything. She quickly sent someone to inform the second shopkeeper, Shi Qing, and carefully led Fan Xian to the prettiest independent courtyard by the lake. Fan Xian shook his head and thought of the person he had seen earlier. He passed directly through the snow by the lake and slowly walked toward Baiwa Brothel. Going up to the third floor and coming to the room of the exclusive owner, Fan Xian composed himself and listened to the light words coming from inside. He couldn't resist the corners of his lips twitching slightly and smiling. The old housemaid behind him didn't say anything. She didn't even dare to cough. Earlier, she had sent someone to inform the second shopkeeper, but she had no choice. She only hoped with all her heart that the people inside the room would be careful with what they said. After listening quietly for a long time, Fan Xian pushed open the door and entered. "Who is it?" With a hiss, the sound of a curved knife being unsheathed rang out. A heart-chilling knife intent hit him in the face. However, Fan Xian didn't hide or avoid it. He walked forward with an ugly expression. The person who had drawn out the knife wore normal clothing, but his brows were full of vigilance and steadiness. The knife had never been pulled back. Seeing that the young nobleman in front of him didn't even avoid it, he knew something was wrong and forcefully pulled the knife back. Jinchi clashed, and his face flushed red. Mu Feng, who followed behind Fan Xian, also entered. He turned and closed the door. He then smiled warmly at the knife-wielding man, thinking that they would be colleagues in the future. At the same time, the group of people who had entered the room first had already abruptly stood up and surrounded Fan Xian, who was walking in front. Following this were two crisp sounds. The tea bowls in the hands of a woman and a young man fell to the ground at the same time. The two of them stared dumbstruck at Fan Xian and couldn't speak for a moment. "All of you put down your knives." The young man came to his senses first and cursed angrily at his followers. "Do you want to die?" The followers looked at each other, wondering who had come to make the big boss so agitated. Fan Xian was not agitated. He walked in front of the young man, bent two fingers slightly, and knocked down viciously. With a pop, a red immediately appeared on the young man's slightly plump face. "You want to die?" Fan Xian cursed angrily. "Who told you to come back?" The young man pursed his lips and said with great grievance, "Brother, I miss home." Everyone dared to leave the room. Even Si Qing, who wanted to defend the young man, was chased out by Fan Xian. Only then did he walk boldly to the chair in the center and sit down. Looking at the respectful young man in front of him, he didn't speak for a moment. After a long silence, Fan Xian smiled coldly and said, "The big boss is very powerful now. He has Northern Qi aces as bodyguards by his side. It looks like I don't have much of a presence as a brother." The young man in front of him was no stranger. He was the business genius who had been chased to Northern Qi by Fan Xian a year ago. He had now completely taken over the business routes of the Chui family and managed the smuggling business between the Northern Qi royal family and Fan Xian in Jiangnan. He was the second son of the Fan Manor, the one with the annoying pockmarks on his face. Fan Xija moved closer to his brother and carefully rubbed his arm. In a small voice, he giggled and said, "With money, what kind of ace can't we invite?" Fan Xian was angry and angrily scolded. "Why did you sneak back like this? Don't you know the wanted posters are still up all over the world?" Fan Xija smiled and said, "That's just a piece of scrap paper. I glanced at it at the Sanzhou gate. It has long been soaked in the rain. How could it still recognize me?" Fan Xian couldn't resist scolding. "Don't keep smiling. Tell me what happened. Why did you sneak back? Why didn't you tell me beforehand?" Fan Xija was momentarily speechless. He scratched his head for a while and then said, "In a few days, it will be Father's birthday." Only now did Fan Xian remember this matter. Looking at his brother's face, which was clearly much thinner than a year ago, he couldn't resist sighing. He thought of how he had been alone in Northern Qi for more than a year and had to deal with so many complicated matters at such a young age. It was truly pitiful. His heart softened. He couldn't bear to scold him anymore. He shook his head and said, "If you're going back, then you're going back. You should at least tell me beforehand." Fan Xija felt wronged and said, "If I was going to tell you first, you definitely wouldn't agree." Fan Xian suddenly thought of a problem and furrowed his brows. Where's Lao Wang? He's watching you in Shangjing. Why didn't he tell me you left? He huffed coldly and looked at his brother without saying anything. Fan Xijia's eyes spun around a few times. He was slightly anxious. A moment later, he hesitantly said, "Didn't Sir Wang also come back? I followed him all the way into the pass, brother. Don't blame him." Fan Xian slammed the table and roared angrily. "This old shameless fellow also came early? Why didn't he tell me? You guys are truly rebelling. You dare to hide everything from me." Fan Xijia trembled and didn't dare to say more. He knew that if this brother of his was truly angry and hit someone, he could really bear to use his foot to kick them. "Since you're back, why didn't you go home?" Fan Xian furrowed his brows and asked. Fan Xijia was slightly startled. Immediately after, a glimmer of ruthlessness rose to his face. "Brother, as soon as I entered the capital yesterday, I heard about that matter. I was afraid that going home right now would cause you trouble. Also, the court still hasn't found anything, right? I wanted to see if there was any news from Baiwa Brothel, so I stayed here first to see if I could help you." Fan Xian had actually overheard these words from outside the room. Hearing it from his brother's own mouth now, he was even more moved. He gently patted his head and sighed. "What trouble are you afraid of? It's not like the Emperor doesn't know about your matter. Who would dare to do anything? Come home with me in a bit. As for news of Baiwa Brothel, if I need it, I will have someone come ask. You're a proper businessman. Don't get involved in these things." He couldn't resist glaring at his brother again and said, "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking in that head of yours. You're afraid that I'll scold you directly when you come home, so you want to do something to make me happy. Don't play this game with me. Use this on your parents. We haven't seen each other for over a year. Don't think about how Aunt Lu misses you. How can you bear to stay outside? If this matter goes up, see how your mother will deal with you. I won't ask for leniency." Fan Xijia nodded his head in grievance. He thought to himself, "It's all because of your accumulated power that I'm afraid of approaching the manor and not knocking. You've grown a bit taller." Fan Xian looked at him with a smile and patted his shoulder. After not seeing him for a year, his heart was also excited and happy. "You've also grown a bit stronger. Looks like you've been doing well in Northern Qi." Fan Xijia was just about to complain and tell on his future sister-in-law when he heard the sound of knocking on the door. This knocking sound was very gentle and careful. It was like crying and complaining, like the pain of losing a father. Fan Xian laughed coldly. "Get your ass in here. You're a supporting character. Don't pretend to be sorrowful here. I've read all the book reviews seriously. Some are very interesting, but the new versions have been refined. I'm really not familiar with them. Everyone, wait for a while. It's probably because I'm too lazy. I've been drinking too much these past 2 days." To be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please go to www.qidi.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 454. The unknown sidekick, Wang Qinian, pushed open a crack and flashed in. The 40-year-old old man was as nimble as a 14-year-old child. His attitude was humble, but the wandering gaze that occasionally flashed through his eyes betrayed the fear in his heart. Fan Xian had been incomparably happy to see him, but when he thought about how this guy had brought Xijia back to the Qing kingdom behind his back and hadn't even secretly reported it, he felt a sliver of anger in his heart. He turned his head and continued to frown at Fan Xian. "Presumably, the news of you in Shangjing couldn't be hidden from anyone. There was Wei Hua's brocade guard there to protect you. Yet, after returning home, you have to be even more careful about your personal safety. You have to be cautious. Like today, you took your attendants out on the streets. Although you were disguised, you little tyrant, know many people in the capital. Then there are your attendants. I know you hired a group of Northern Qi aces, but he was a bit angry at his brother's carelessness. You still had those curved knives hanging from your waist. Only a blind person would not be able to tell they were Northern Qi people. I say, your talent for business is something that even the shopkeepers of Qingyu Hall admire greatly. How could you be so careless with these little things?" To the side, Wang Qinian wanted to interrupt, but he didn't dare to speak. Fan Xian glanced at the little old man with sympathy and carefully explained, I used the identity of a northern Qi merchant group. Fan Xian didn't pay attention to his explanation and coldly said, in any case, coming back without permission is your problem. Looking at his brother's back, Fan Xian rolled his eyes and came up with a plan. He chuckled and said, if we're talking about acting on your own, big brother, I heard that you were injured quite badly in that valley. I think father would definitely not allow you to go out and wander around. Why did you see me on the street? Fan Xian stopped and didn't know what to say. He huffed coldly and let it go. Shortly after, he said evenly, let's not talk about that. It's good that you're back. I haven't seen you for over a year. I really do miss you. Fan Xian sighed and sat by Fan Xian's side. Hugging his arm, he complained, I've been taking care of business for the second half of the year. Although it's annoying to argue with those northern Qi people and split profits, I've always been doing what I like. You don't know about the first few months, the scene of a snowy night, a stone mill, a donkey, and beans seemed to appear before the young man's eyes. He said with a trembling voice, that's not a life for humans. Fan Xian suddenly realized that Haidang had long since returned to Shangjing. He couldn't help but laugh. Are you in a hurry to run away now that she's back in Shangjing? How can you be so timid? Feeling wronged, Fan Xian said, brother, not all men in this world are as good as you. You can deceive any kind of girl. I don't want to look at a tigress like Haitang. Fan Xian laughed heartily and asked a few more questions about his brother's life in the north. As for official business, the two of them had talked about it countless times in the letters they had exchanged. He was too lazy to ask again. He just listened to his brother talk about his life in Shangjing and how he, at such a young age, came and went in and out of Shangjing's manners and nobility. Especially when he heard that Fan Xian had become a frequent guest of the Marquis of Chongningho's house and often competed with Wei Hua's father in drinking. Fan Xian couldn't help but laugh. He thought that the old man's body might not be able to withstand the drinking battle between the two of them. Thinking of the old man in Shangjing, his gaze fell on the unusually quiet old man beside him. Fan Xian's mood had been good for a long time. He looked at Wang Qinian with a warm smile. His thin lips opened slightly, and he said quietly, Sir Wang, I trust you have been well. Anyone who had interacted with Fan Xian knew that when Sir Fan Jr.'s smile was at its warmest, it was when the evil fire in his heart burned brightly. At such a time, no one wanted to provoke this good-looking young man. As Fan Xian's confidant, Wang Qinian knew his temper well. Seeing the smile at the corner of his lips, his heart trembled. With a pained expression, he said, Sir, spare me. When did you get here? Fan Xian picked up the teacup next to him and took 2 sips to moisten his throat. He noticed that the teacup had the fragrance of rouge, and only then did he realize that it had been drunk by Si Qing. He frowned slightly and switched to his brother's cup. But then he thought of something else. He tilted his head and asked, Where is your woman? These 2 questions were directed at 2 different people. Fan Xian laughed and said, She's in Shangjing, tied up all day. It's a bit boring. Wang Qinian said honestly, I really did get here yesterday. I already went to the council to report to Sir Yin, but the council said that you weren't feeling well after your injury and told me not to rush into the manor. Fan Xian glared at his brother, thinking that this kid was going to be 16 this year. Why did he sound like a middle-aged married man? But then he thought about how Fan Xian had started a brothel at such a young age, and how he had taken advantage of it at such a young age. It would be difficult for him to know what it meant to cherish women. He frowned and asked Wang Qinian, You should know the arrangements for your return. Wang Qinian straightened his body and laughed. I heard that you wanted to take over your position in the first bureau. I won't do it. Fan Xian was startled and opened his mouth to scold him. Even the director guessed that you would say that. That is the only brothel out of the 8 bureaus. If you don't take over such a good position, how can I rest assured? You've been in Northern Qi for a year and a half. Your seniority and experience are all here. If I don't let you go, the others in the council will probably think otherwise. Wang Qinian thought for a moment and then said seriously, Sir Mu is good in the first bureau. As for me, he shook his head and sighed. I'm an old man with a wife and daughter at home. I thought I would slowly spend the rest of my life in the council yamen until I died of old age. I didn't expect you to bring me out. These few years have been stressful and exciting, but I still feel that it is more comfortable working by your side. Always by my side, Fan Xian muttered to himself. He also liked the fact that the Qinian unit by his side was managed by Lao Wang. During these 2 years, the Qinian unit was first given to Deng Ziyu and then to Su Wenmao. In the last half year, it was basically Hong Chongqing who was in charge. These 3 people were all very observant and sensitive people, and there was no problem with their loyalty to him. However, Fan Xian always felt that it was not as happy as when he first entered the capital. He gazed at Wang Qinian and said with a slight smile, "It won't always be calm. In the valley, many people have died." The room immediately fell silent. After a long time, Wang Qinian said seriously, "Because of this, I still feel that you should let me handle the matters around you. At least my nose is sharper and I run faster. Although the swordsmen of the 6th Bureau are capable, I have more confidence in myself when it comes to taking precautions." Fan Xian lowered his head. His fingers twirled around the little teacup as he calculated his future plans. He couldn't help but furrow his brows. Wang Qinian appeared comical, but when he did things, he was watertight. During this year in northern Qi, Fan Xian didn't have to spend much effort to successfully build a good relationship with the northern Qi royal family and the Brocade Guard Yamen. Furthermore, he had the northern Qi spy network of the 6th Bureau, which had become a pool of dead water because of Yin Bingyun's accidental exposure, successfully become active again. The smuggling of the Jiangnan Palace treasury to northern Qi and Fan Xian's understanding of northern Qi's movements all relied on this wizened old man in front of him. These matters all proved Wang Qinian's abilities. This quiet but powerful Overwatch Council official was a treasure Fan Xian had picked up after entering the capital. Fan Xian wanted him to take over the 1st Bureau in hopes that he could secretly spy on the Jingdo officials for him. When turbulent waves arrived in Jingdo, he would have a trusted aide who could control the overall situation. If Wang Qinian only returned to his side and became the head of the Qinian unit, in Fan Xian's opinion, it would be a waste. However, Wang Qinian was very insistent. Fan Xian was in a difficult position. He furrowed his brows and said, "We'll discuss this again. However, at the end of the year, hand over the affairs in the north to Ziyue. Be more careful. He has no experience operating outside the borders. Teach him more." Wang Qinian knew that the commissioner had tacitly agreed to his request and couldn't resist smiling. Fan Xizha watched as his brother began to deal with Overwatch Council affairs. He felt that it was inappropriate for him to continue sitting there. He stood and prepared to leave. The Baiwa brothel has already opened 6 branches in the world, and the branch in Shangjing in northern Qi is about to open as well. You have to pay attention to all the intelligence gathering. I will leave the south to Sangwon, and I will leave the north to you. Since you're now an unofficial member of the council, there is no harm in you listening to the things that have happened today. In a bit, when Deng Ziyu comes over, you have to get close to him. Although he is my subordinate, in the coming year in northern Qi, the 2 of you have to work together. You cannot be too self-conscious. How about that? You can't be too self-conscious. How about that? This was Fan Xian's most pressing thought after the attack in the valley. He had to build up his own intelligence system. This system didn't need to be too big. It needed to absorb nutrients from the big tree that was the Overwatch Council. Otherwise, once the Overwatch Council became mute and closed itself off, Fan Xian was worried that it would be like the valley and he would once again become blind. As he spoke, there was a knock on the door. The person who came was using the Overwatch Council's standard method of reporting to a superior. Fan Xian smiled and made a sound of acknowledgement. Deng Ziyu, dressed in a black robe, pushed open the door and entered. He knelt on one knee in greeting to Fan Xian. After he rose, he looked at Wang Qinian to Fan Xian's side and said excitedly, "Sir Wang, you've returned to the capital?" Back when Fan Xian had formed the Qinian unit, he had only picked Wang Qinian. The subordinates after that had all been personally picked by Wang Qinian. Deng Ziyu was the first person Wang Qinian had picked into the group, so he had always viewed Wang Qinian as a teacher and a superior. Suddenly seeing him today, he couldn't help but be happy. All right, Fan Xian smiled. There's no need to talk about parting in this building today. We'll talk about the arrangements after they've settled. He paused and then asked, how many more days until Wan and the others arrive? 3 more days, Deng Ziyu replied calmly. There are Tiger Guard swordsmen accompanying them all the way. Additionally, after hearing that you were assassinated, the various provinces are on alert and have strengthened their defenses. There shouldn't be any problems. Fan Xian nodded. He was actually not very worried. Assassinations always had to have benefits. For those people, killing him was too tempting, but assassinating other members of the royal family had no benefit at all. The room was silent. Fan Xian was the commissioner of the Overwatch Council. The other 2 were high-ranking officials of the same level as the heads of the 8 bureaus. It was the first time Fan Xian had participated in a council meeting of this level. He felt that the atmosphere was very different from when he was gathering merchants in the north to pick up girls and calculate money. He couldn't help feeling nervous and unconsciously played with his thick and clumsy fingers. However, Fan Xian remained silent. After a long silence, Wang Qinian opened his mouth and asked, Sir, is someone else coming? Fan Xian nodded and furrowed his brows slightly. He should be coming. Wang Qinian scratched his head and said, I arranged to meet with the second young master here. Z was notified by you. Who else? Fan Xian smiled and said, Right now, all the powers in Jingdo know that the Baiwa brothel is my territory. I don't know how many eyes are watching this place. What we are talking about here, I'm afraid it will soon spread to the various manors. That kid will not relax his watch on this place. He slowly lowered his head and said, Since he knows I am here, why won't he come? Wang Qinian sensed a glimmer of something else in these words. After a long time, a steady knocking sound rang out for the 3rd time that day on that quiet wooden door. A young man pushed open the door and entered. His clothes were whiter than snow. His brows were cold and frosty, and the coldness of his entire body suppressed the fluttering snow outside Baiwa brothel. Fan Xian sighed in his heart. The gloominess between his brows was swept away. His face broke into a smile. You came quickly. The white-clothed man didn't want to joke with him and coldly said, Sir, as the commissioner with full power of the Overwatch Council, you should know that your life is not just your business alone. At this moment, everyone in the room quickly rose and bowed. Greeting, they said, Greetings, Sir Yin. The person who came was Fan Xian's brain, the always icy Yin Bingyan. The 5 people in the room were all powerful figures of the Overwatch Council's new generation. Strangely, these 5 people were also the key figures who had clashed head-on with the second prince a year ago because of the Baiwa brothel matter. On the night Fan Xian chased Fan Xian out of Jingdo, these 5 people had all been together. Other than the Black Knight Jinggu, who was far away in the camp outside the capital, Su and Mao, who stayed in Jiangnan to deal with palace treasury matters, and the Mu uncle and nephew outside the room, as well as Hong Chongqing, who was keeping records in the council. This room was all of Fan Xian's direct subordinates in the Overwatch Council. Everyone sat down. Fan Xian gazed at Yin Bingyun with a not-quite-there smile. Using his index finger to rub between his brows, he said 3 things. Everyone listened quietly. Even Yin Bingyun clasped his hands together slightly. First, the emperor has summoned 14 young officials into the palace, Fan Xian said calmly. The court wants to change a batch of blood, but I don't know how much of a commotion it will cause. By tomorrow, send the files and information of these 14 people to me. Those who can be controlled, immediately begin to control them. For those who cannot be controlled, find out the illegal things they did when they were still wearing open pants. We also have to think of a way to control them. Wearing open pants, naturally, they had to dig deep into the deepest parts of the officials' souls. Everyone in the room was silent. They felt slightly uneasy. When the court selected officials, it did sometimes require the Overwatch Council to first examine their past official experiences. However, for the commissioner to order them like this, It was clear that they were not working for the court, but Fan Xian knew that his trusted aides had all understood and didn't explain much. Because of his assassination attempt, the emperor would certainly take the opportunity to do something. For him, this was a rare opportunity. Other than a few people, these young officials did not have any obvious factions. Because they were clean and had no powerful backers, it gave Fan Xian a chance to secretly interfere in court politics. Yin Bingyun suddenly shook his head and said, "Even mine have to be given." Among the 14 young officials, Yin Bingyun's name was also on the list. This had only happened a few hours ago. Yin Bingyun had left the palace and knew that Fan Xian had come to Baiwa brothel, so he had hurried over. He also knew that there were not many things in Jingdo that could be hidden from Fan Xian's eyes and ears. "If it's fake, then write one," Fan Xian said without good humor. "There's no need for Qin Heng. The council's files are clear. The main point is he's own way. This person looks like the emperor admires him." He immediately smiled coldly and said, "But I don't admire him." "The second matter," Fan Xian said quietly. "There is a spy in the council. After Zhu Ge died, the internal disputes seem to have weakened. Drag him out. I don't want any more problems in the future." Yin Bingyun smiled and didn't say anything. Fan Xian did not smile and glared at him. "The third matter," he looked at Yin Bingyun and said, "Prepare some paper and prepare to wipe the council's mess. I'm going to kill a few people." "Kill who?" Yin Bingyun met Fan Xian's forceful gaze and calmly asked, "If it is a high-ranking official, I object. After the assassination this time, the emperor can no longer tolerate it. If you act rashly, it will not help matters." Fan Xian lowered his head slightly. His palm unconsciously rubbed the head of his brother beside him. Raising his head, he said, "Killing is not the goal. It is also not a method to obtain some kind of benefit. It is only a kind of warning and provocation. Presumably, you know a little about Director Chen's intentions. You should know that adding a little more fuel to the fire at this time is good for the bigger picture." The other people didn't understand and didn't know what Director Chen meant by the bigger picture. However, Yin Bingyun felt bitterness in his mouth. He forced a smile and said, "If you want to mess around, then mess around. It's just very childish revenge and venting anger. Don't tie it to the bigger picture." "I want revenge," Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and said. "You are all my people. The people who died in the valley are also my people. Since my people have died, their people must also die." In the end, he gave orders to his most trusted subordinates. "The day before Wana returns to the capital, I will hold a banquet in Baiwa brothel. I have invited the crown prince, the great prince, the second prince, Qin Heng, and the 2 deputies of the Bureau of Military Affairs. Prepare." "Governor Yin?" Wang Qinian noticed that Fan Xian had left out an important figure in the eldest princess's faction and reminded him. To be continued. If you want to know what happened afterwards, please log on to www.chijian.com. More chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 455. There's no need. Fan Xian shook his head and sighed. Losing his son at an old age, I'm afraid this super ace will go crazy when he arrives and slaughter the royal family in this brothel. How will I explain it to the emperor then? Everyone in the room felt their hearts skip a beat. They understood the meaning behind Fan Xian's words. These people were Fan Xian's trusted aides, so they knew what kind of tenacious and gloomy heart the commissioner had under his gentle exterior. Naturally, they did not think he was being facetious. Yin Bingyun finally could not suppress the shock in his heart. He raised his head and asked, "Is it necessary?" Fan Xian nodded calmly. His index finger was still rubbing between his brows, as if he wanted to rub away all of the gloom these days. Danzhou is good, Jingdo is difficult, since the two sides, in the end, are in a situation of life and death. I'm used to acting first. Among the people present, Fan Xizhe was closest to Fan Xian. However, he was too young. Hearing people like his elder brothers discuss a certain person's life and death so blatantly, He was unable to react. The others did not dare question Fan Xian's orders. Only Yin Bingyan persisted and said, "It's not a good thing to explode early." Fan Xian shook his head and explained, "It won't explode early. The Emperor will certainly think of a way to turn the matter of me being assassinated into something beneficial for the court. However, for the council, I'm afraid it won't be of any benefit." After saying a few more words about the future matters of the Overwatch Council in Jingdo, this secret brothel meeting ended. Chun Pingping was basically no longer in charge of matters. The old leaders of the 8 bureaus of the Overwatch Council calmly made way. Fan Xian and Yin Bingyan discussed and could basically confirm most of the matters. Wang Qinian and Deng Ziyu left first and began to prepare the matters the commissioner had ordered. As Yin Bingyan left, he couldn't resist turning his head and furrowing his brows. Killing Yin Xiaoyi's son. This is admittedly a very serious warning, but it will also drive a ferocious tiger crazy. Presumably, you have other plans in your heart that you have not made clear. Fan Xian was silent for a moment. He then said, "Correct. I won't hide this from you. As a superior 9th-level ace, Yin Xiaoyi is the martial and military power the other party can rely on the most. Even if I have to pay the price of my official career, I will fight to get rid of him early." He did not reveal his thoughts completely. Yin Xiaoyi was different from the Yi and Qin families. This person did not have a cooperative relationship with the eldest princess. Rather, he had a loyal relationship. In the end, he would become an obstacle on Fan Xian's path. Fan Xian was not like the Qing emperor, who had that kind of abnormal self-confidence. Thus, he always had a strange feeling toward Yin Xiaoyi's arrows. He always felt his heart palpitate. Before the big explosion came, if he could destroy this divine bow of the Qing kingdom's north, Fan Xian felt that his life would be much happier. Killing Yin Xiaoyi's son would only make that peerless expert go crazy, and killing this peerless expert would most likely make the eldest princess go crazy. Fan Xian liked this kind of unusually exciting and risky attempt. Even if this matter could bring about many variables and could cause the Emperor's will to shift in an instant, he still wanted to try it like crazy. He wanted to wipe away the shadow of the arrow in his heart. Yin Bingyan looked at Fan Xian like he was looking at a madman. A moment later, he sighed and said, "Governor Yan's cultivation is astonishing. How could he be so easy to kill? Even in the entire council, there is no way to find someone who can defeat him. Even if you weren't injured, you wouldn't be able to kill him with your sword, much less now that you are injured. Also, presumably, the director did not make such crazy arrangements." "No." Fan Xian shook his head. "The old cripple is probably even crazier than me. I don't want to be driven to death by his madness. If I want to protect my life, I also have to be a bit crazier. Other than the two of you, I don't want anyone else to know what I'm thinking." Fan Xian patted Xija's shoulder and stared at Yin Bingyan. "The words we said in the hills outside Jingdo in the past still count. If you want to follow me and create a large situation, sometimes I hope you could be more attentive to me and not just to the Overwatch Council and court." Yin Bingyan knew he was talking about the path of powerful officials and the joy of the world. He sighed. Worry appeared between his brows, and he went downstairs. Pushing open the window on the 3rd floor of Baiwa brothel that faced the street, Fan Xian and his brother looked at the snowy scene on the street through the railing and were speechless for a long time. Snowflakes slowly floated down from the sky and gently landed on people's hats, shoulders, umbrellas, and the roofs of carriages. Jingdo was solemn and was mainly dark. Particularly, the street in front of Baiwa brothel was filled with black carriages of the Overwatch Council. Inside and outside the carriages were Overwatch Council officials in deep black rainproof lotus robes. It looked even darker. Fortunately, there was endless snow that slightly removed the darkness. Pure white snowflakes adorned the completely black world and formed a clear and beautiful picture. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and looked down. Wang Qinian and his group had left. Deng Ziyu had left. Yin Bingyan, who was the last to leave the building, had also left. The Overwatch Council officials and secret agents on the street had disappeared without a trace in an instant. He couldn't resist smiling slightly. Presently, his subordinates all had at least a dozen capable people by their side. In court and officialdom, who dare to be disrespectful to these trusted aides of Sir Fan Jr. These capable trusted aides had also helped Fan Xian lay out an even larger power net, making Fan Xian's position in the Qing kingdom even more stable and high. The so-called system was stacked layer by layer like this. However, the glory today was not something that the young man who had just entered Jingdo and muddle-headedly formed the Qinian unit could have imagined. "Don't tell father what I said today." Fan Xian tilted his head and glanced at his brother. Warmly, he said, "I don't want him to worry about us juniors." Fan Xizha made a sound of acknowledgement and chuckled. "Brother, it's useless even if you say it. Father is good at managing the national treasury, but when it comes to killing people, he can't help you much. He's nowhere near as powerful as your Overwatch Council." Fan Xian smiled. The 80 Tiger Guards, a royal family, usually used as guards, could be said to be the most powerful martial force other than the Imperial Army Guards. Even if not all of them were as powerful as Gouda, who used a knife, 7 Tiger Guards could defeat Begonia Duo. How terrifying were these 80? Their serious and honest father had secretly trained so many aces for the royal family. Given Fan Xian's understanding of his father's temperament, it was impossible that he didn't keep some powerful people for himself in the Fan manor. Such a minister of revenue had long left the power of a minister. Killing people? Fan Xian looked at his brother and shook his head. He didn't say anything. Thinking back to the time when the Emperor and the Empress Dowager's own brother had been beheaded by our father with one strike. Who dared to say he didn't know how to kill people? However, his father was used to enduring silently. He was used to calmly staying out of things and watching them happen, so not many people knew of his ruthlessness. Only old foxes like Chun Pingping and Prime Minister Lin knew the true power of this Minister of Revenue. However, Fan Xian did not want his father to suddenly change his way of doing things because of his own matters. "Did you see Ruo and Shangjing?" Fan Xian lightly changed the topic. It was better to let his father maintain that serious and pedantic image in his brother's heart. However, ever since Ruo had learned from Ku He, there had only been some letters sent to Jiangnan. Afterward, there had been no news of her. Although Fan Xian knew very well that nothing had happened to his sister through Haitan's relationship with a Northern Qi emperor, the brother-sister relationship was deep. He would always miss her. "I've seen her a few times," Fan Xizha said with a smile. "She is studying medicine with Imperial Advisor Ku He and has some fame in Shangjing. However, I heard that she went to Shi Mountain to gather herbs in the second half of the year. She is cultivating in the mountains and hasn't come back." Fan Xian laughed coldly and scolded. "Ku He, that old bald donkey, is truly shameless to the extreme. In the original agreement, I didn't give them anything less. It's just to teach Ruo medicine. Does she need to learn medicine from him? With me or Sir Fei? Which one isn't better than him? He just doesn't want to pass on the heart of Tianny Dao to my sister. Yet he's found all these excuses." He spoke angrily, but Fan Xizha listened to him with shock. Although this kid was also a troublemaker who feared nothing but his brother's big feet, he had lived in Northern Qi for a long time. He had long been infected by the Northern Qi people's godlike reverence for Imperial Advisor Ku He. Hearing his brother repeatedly call him a bald donkey, although he didn't know what the allusion was to bald donkey, presumably, it was an ugly thing to hear. He couldn't help but feel a bit scared. He thought to himself that his brother was indeed the most daring and confident person in the world. Although Ku He had been secretive, the exchange of students this time had been an accessory to the escape marriage. Fan Xian did not expect his sister to be taught by Ku He to become a second Begonia Duo. Additionally, the supreme heart of Tianny Dao had long been secretly given to Fan Xian by Duo, who had turned to outsiders. He no longer verbally humiliated the untrustworthy Northern Qi higher-ups. Instead, he furrowed his brows and said, "I've checked the file for the aces you recruited in Northern Qi. Although their backgrounds are clean and they have always been hidden in the wilderness, you have to be careful. I think the Northern Qi royal family must have placed a few spies at your side. The so-called clean backgrounds referred to the northern Qi aces with curved knives at Fan Xi's side. They did not have any official or brocade guard backgrounds. Fan Xi nodded. Although he still had a smile on his face, a cold light flashed through his eyes. Don't worry, big brother. I've already found out who it is. If the Northern Qi court doesn't send people at my side, they will certainly not be at ease. Thus, I still have to use these people. They can be free bodyguards. They won't be sent out in a short time. However, I will avoid those important matters. Fan Xian was surprised. He hadn't expected his brother to have noticed these details. He couldn't help but pat his brother's back in praise. Your bones are strong, and your thoughts are much more detailed. It seems that being banished to the north has indeed improved. He immediately smiled and said, There's no need to worry too much. Right now, Northern Qi is still counting on a young merchant like you to buy palace treasury goods for them. They won't easily offend you. The Baiwa brothel was already empty. Even the ruffians standing at the corners of the alleys had pulled on their hats and disappeared without a trace. Fan Xian stood by the railing and watched this scene. A strange smile rose to the corners of his lips. All the powers in Jingdo had their eyes on the Baiwa brothel, but he was too lazy to avoid anything. Everyone knew he would retaliate, and they were all guessing how he would retaliate without any concrete evidence. He would let people guess. There is something you need to tell me in detail. Fan Xian's eyes were still staring at the snowflakes outside the window. He didn't turn his head back as he asked quietly. Fan Xi'ja asked curiously, What is it? The story of that sword. Fan Xian lowered his head slightly. His tone was calm. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Where did Wang Qinian get this sword? Fan Xi'ja's heart trembled. He didn't understand why his brother would have doubts about his most trusted aide, but he didn't dare say anything. He only repeated the story he had learned in Shanjing. The taking of the sword, the purchase of the sword, and the delivery of the sword were all arranged by Wang Qinian. There was nothing strange. However, Fan Xian sensed something fishy in this story. He smiled bitterly and lowered his head to glance at his waist. There was nothing there. The emperor's sword that the emperor had given him was not convenient to carry around. Listening to you, there's a very interesting detail. He shook his head and sighed. The news has been out for so many days. Even if Wang Qinian had your silver to help him, it would still be impossible for him, a Qing person, to buy this sword. Although tens of thousands of liang of silver is a lot, it can't compare to the hot-bloodedness of the Northern Qi people. This is the sword of the Wei Emperor. How could the Northern Qi royal family let him buy it? Lao Wang has been stable all his life. It's just that he likes to flatter me too much. Why didn't he think of this? Fan Xi'ja's eyes spun a few times and said curiously, Brother, you mean to say, this sword was purposely released by the Northern Qi royal family and was given to you through Sir Wang's hands? Fan Xian nodded. Fan Xi'ja didn't understand and said, Why is that? Fan Xian turned around and patted his brother's shoulder. The two brothers sat back at the table and drank a few mouthfuls of tea before he explained, using the sword to separate people. Although it won't be of much use right now, and Northern Qi wouldn't want me to lose my position in the Qing kingdom right now, this is a kind of attitude and foreshadowing. Accumulating over time, one day, it will reach a critical point, he mockingly said. The little emperor of Northern Qi is not simple. In these 2 years, he has quietly taken power step by step from his mother's hands. He has yet to cause any major tremors in the Northern Qi court. This kind of monarchical scheming is not much less than that of our emperor. To deal with someone like me, of course, he has a long-term plan in his heart. This sword is only the beginning. Sowing dissension had always been a small path in history, but it was also a trick that had been tried and tested time and time again. Because people were often suspicious, the black veins on the surface of the emperor's heart were densely engraved with question marks and exclamation marks. The Wei Emperor's sword from Northern Qi was by Fan Xian's side a great taboo. If he had not handled it appropriately and acted quickly to send the sword into the palace, who knew what the Qing emperor would feel in his heart? Fan Xi'ja clicked his tongue and sighed. Politics is indeed complicated. Although my departure from Shangjing was secretive, before I left, the Northern Qi Emperor summoned me into the palace and had me bring a message to you. Presumably, he knew I would be making a trip back home. Fan Xian furrowed his brows and asked, "What message?" "Looks like it is not a normal color. The color depends on his ice and snow." Fan Xizhou looked at his brother's handsome face and said enviously, "It's these two lines of poetry." It looks like the Emperor's great love for the story of the stone is indeed not a lie. Every time he enters the palace, he always brings the topic to you. There's an indescribable love and respect. Fan Xian laughed in spite of himself. These two lines were from a section in The Dream of the Red Chamber about the red plum blossoms. In itself, it could not be considered outstanding. However, the Northern Qi Emperor had traveled thousands of li to give this poem to him. The hidden meaning was difficult to fathom. He turned his body to look at the wind and snow outside the window. Shaking his head, he smiled and said, "The Northern Kingdom has ice and snow. The Qin Kingdom also has ice and snow. Let's forget about this invitation." The conversation had come to an end. However, a faint worry welled up in Fan Xian's heart. He didn't know why the Northern Qi Emperor regarded him with such favor. He knew he was the illegitimate child of the Qing Emperor, yet he still did not forget to incite a rebellion. Why did this seemingly impossible mission make the Emperor talk about it so enthusiastically? Could the other party truly guess his thoughts, the story of the past, and the present situation and rush to stand at the city gates to welcome him with a smile? When Fan Xian returned to the manor, he couldn't avoid being scolded by his father again. Xizha's safe return made Lady Lu overjoyed. Tears streamed down her face. Although Minister Fan was angry at his two sons' audacity and ordered Fan Xizha not to leave the manor and had everyone in the manor keep quiet, the comfort between his brows could not be hidden from Fan Xian's eyes. After a while in Baiyue Brothel, the Fan Manor was immersed in a warm mood. The Overwatch Council had already begun to move. Yin Bingyun coldly narrated the matter of the investigation into the attack in the valley at the council meeting. Although he did not have any specific suspects, he did not avoid pointing to the military. Thus, he requested that the entire council use its power to begin combing through the human traffic in Dingzhou and Sangzhou over the past 2 months. This proposal was a bit strange. Without the Emperor's explicit edict, the Overwatch Council had no power at all against the higher-ups in the military. Yin Bingyun's proposal seemed to be purely to make the seemingly peaceful life in Jingdou livelier. However, Sir Yin Jr. had the powerful support of Chun Pingping and Fan Xian, as well as the help of a few elders. Additionally, all of the council officials and secret agents held a grudge against the attack in the valley, so they did not oppose it. Strangely, the palace also did not say anything. Wang Qinian returned to the Qinian unit. He did not immediately take over Deng Ziyu's position. His people and subordinates disappeared into Jingdou. No one knew what they were going to do. Only the first bureau, which Fan Xian still personally managed, was relatively lively. After a full year and a half of open action, the position of the first bureau yamen in Jingdou was no longer as awkward. The people of Jingdou had also gradually gotten used to seeing the notices on the wall outside the first bureau yamen. For example, yesterday he had caught the corrupt official, and today he had found a parasite in a certain department. After Fan Xian had cleaned up the first bureau, these kinds of shady and private matters of the court were openly posted. The people of Jingdou often read them like they were reading a legendary crime-solving novel. One day, the old notices on the wall were suddenly torn down. After washing them with snow water, the temporary head of the first bureau, Mu Tai, whose face was like black iron, personally brushed the paste and pasted a new piece of paper on the wall. The people gathered around curiously. They saw that it was not a case, it was just a few witty words. 13th Wang, are you hungry? If you are, tell the girl that the girls will make noodle soup for you. The people looked at each other and thought, what is the Overwatch Council, or rather, Sir Fan Jr., who had just been assassinated, playing at? On the last day of the month, I spread my hands and asked for monthly votes. At the same time, I shook everyone's hands tightly. Next month's monthly votes are all mine. They are all mine. To be continued, If you want to know what happened next, please log on to www.chijian.com. More chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 456. Many years later, when Wang Shi, the 13th disciple of the Sword Hut, stood in front of that group of riders, he would certainly think of that bright afternoon when Sang-Wen had taken him to choose a girl. He would feel the same helplessness and headache. At that time, Baoyue Brothel was already the #1 money-squandering establishment in the world. The courtyards were like the residences of the princes and dukes, distributed on the two sides of a thin lake behind the building. There was thin ice on the lake, and on the ice was snow. In the snow, there were countless dark red flower petals blown off the winter-sweet branches by the lake. Yes, it was like blood and snow, cold and incomparably hot, just like the thoughts of the young noble who wrote the notice. But this was more like a bowl of noodle soup. The white and tender wastes of noodles floated in the beautiful noodle soup. The dozen or so dried peppers that had been cut open with scissors were bright red, stimulating the diner's eyes, heart, mouth, and nose. Wang Shi took a deep breath, rubbed his nose, and shook his head with some sadness. He placed his chopsticks on the table twice, pierced through the broth, and picked up a chopstick of noodles. He ate carefully and elegantly. He ate very politely, but his speed was very fast. In a short while, there was only white broth left in the bowl. Without stopping, he picked up the bowl and drained it in one gulp. Sang-Wen, who had accompanied Deng Ziyu back to the capital from Suzhou to report on his orders, looked warmly at this fortune-teller. Although she didn't know why the official had made such an arrangement, she was certain that this fortune-teller was not an ordinary person. He was indeed extraordinary. He was very good-looking, with thin lips, sword-like eyebrows, and a pair of gentle and spirited eyes. There was a sense of tranquility about him, and even when he was drinking the noodle soup, he still looked very attractive. Sang-Wen had been a bystander for a long time in the romantic scene in the capital. She knew that eating noodle soup was the most uncultured aspect of a person. Of course, she did not think that there was anything to look down on when those boorish men ate noodle soup, 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 was as elegant as reciting poetry. Wang Shi placed the bowl of noodles on the table, furrowed his brows, and sighed. His brows, eyes, and breathing were full of self-deprecation and helplessness. He turned to Sang-Wen and looked at this woman who had a slightly broad jaw but looked exceptionally gentle. He said evenly, "Where's the girl you picked for me? Between the young lady and the broth, you can only choose one." For some reason, Sang-Wen felt that the young man in front of her was very cute. She smiled and said, "Since you've chosen the noodles and the soup, you can forget about this girl." Wang, she said with a bitter face, "Even if it's a part-time job, you still have to get paid." Sang-Wen calmly said, "You are not here to work for Darren." Wang, she suddenly quieted down. A moment later, he said in a soft voice, "I've already drunk this noodle soup. I just don't understand. With Miss Sang's status, why would she personally make a bowl of noodle soup for me?" Sang-Wen was slightly startled. She immediately smiled and said, "Director Chun likes the noodle soup I make." When Wang Shi heard that person's name, he couldn't help but be startled. His countenance changed as he said, "This is my good fortune." Sang-Wen bowed slightly and finally said, "I just want to let you know one thing. Although the broth is too hot and you can't drink it in a hurry, if you wait for the broth to turn cold, it won't taste good." The young lady didn't know what these words meant. She only followed Fan Xian's orders and lightly said this. Wang Shi knew very well what these words meant. At the beginning, the agreement said that before he entered the capital, he had to bring the little archer's head to Fan Xian. Now, Fan Xian had been recovering in Jingdou for a long time, yet there had been no movement from him. Furthermore, there was the attack in the valley. The handsome young man sighed again with unspeakable sadness and sadness. With a flip of his hand, he picked up the green banner by the table and muttered, "But I really don't like killing people." Sang-Wen didn't say anything more. She had no idea about the details of this matter. His meeting with this fortune-teller, who called himself Tai Xiong, was purely because Fan Xian wanted to borrow her eyes, which had seen many things, to see just what the other person's personality and character was like. Very true and very pure. This was all that Sang saw from his eyes. Wang Shi shook his head and sighed. Like an old man, he bent his body and walked out of the courtyard. When he reached the door, he suddenly tilted his head and asked with confusion, "Calling me here? Are you not afraid that someone will suspect you? You are intelligent. That is why you came to find me," Sang calmly said. "It is precisely because you are intelligent that you know how to avoid other people's eyes and ears." Wang Shi shook his head again and left Baiwa brothel. Sang returned to her room and sat quietly for a long time. The door to the courtyard was pushed open. A man came in with furrowed brows and asked, "Wen, you just came back yesterday. Why have you come to this brothel again?" This man was none other than the protector Fan Xian had sent flying with one palm when he had visited Baiwa brothel that night. This Jianghu man was infatuated with Sangwon, so he always had a sense of disgust toward Baiwa brothel. Sangwon raised her eyes to look at him and smiled slightly. Although she was moved by this person's infatuation, she could not allow him to know all the details related to the commissioner. She smiled and said, "I am now the shopkeeper of Baiwa brothel. If I don't come here, where else would I go?" The man looked at the big bowl on the table and smelled the faint fragrance coming from inside. Involuntarily, his brows relaxed, and he chuckled. "Make me a bowl to eat too. I haven't eaten in a long time." Sangwon glared at him and said, "I don't have that kind of free time right now." The man said unhappily, "You make it for other people." Sangwon said without good humor, "Do you think this bowl of noodles is that good? If you really eat it, you'll probably be so upset that you want to die." At this moment, Wang Shi was so upset that he wanted to die. He sat in the shop by the city gate and stared at the bowl of noodles in a daze. His incomparably soft eyes were wide open. No matter how good the noodles were, if he ate 3 meals a day, it would always make him want to vomit. Thus, he didn't touch the bowl of noodles at all. He only drank the tea beside it, cup after cup, as if he was extremely thirsty. To the side, the tea bartender looked at this fortune-teller with cold and disdainful eyes. He thought to himself that of all the things this young man could do, he had to pretend to be a charlatan. Seeing how poor he was, he could only use tea to go with the noodles. After drinking a bellyful of tea, the sun in Jingdo, where the wind and snow had already stopped, finally sank. Wang Shi picked up the green banner and coughed gently. He passed through the previously closed city gate and became the last person to leave the city today. 7 li north of the city, he stopped his steps at the top of a mountain and sat down on a large rock. Raising his head to glance at the snowy branches in the forest, he lowered his head to pick up a large handful of snowflakes and sent them into his mouth to chew. He then placed the green banner in the snow and looked at the military camp on the other side of the mountain in a daze. The Yuantai camp of the Jingdo garrison. Wang Shi suddenly tilted his head, opened his mouth, and vomited with a wah sound. This vomiting was endless. He vomited out all of the noodles and noodle soup he had eaten and the bellyful of tea he had gulped down. A clump of muddled and ugly paste was vomited onto the clean snowy ground. It looked unusually disgusting, particularly the faint fishy smell hidden in it. It made the nose want to cough. However, Wang Shi didn't vomit again. He only ate another clump of snow and then stared at the puddle on the ground. A moment later, he sighed and said, "What a powerful medicine to be able to raise the jinqi in a person's body to such a tyrannical realm in one day." He shook his head and sighed in admiration. This medicine had been placed in the noodle soup by Fan Xian through Sangwen's hands. Presumably, Fan Xian wanted him to do it, but also didn't want anything to happen to him. This medicine was the small yellow pill he had taken when he was fighting against Lang Tiao and Friar He, 2 9th-level aces in northern Qi. Other than collapsing a little afterward, there weren't many side effects. Of course, Wang Shi had also sensed this. He still smiled bitterly and said, "Your honey is my arsenic. This medicine is poison to me. It almost killed me." However, Fan Xian would not be so kind as to help Wang Shi increase his chances of success. As for what he was planning, Wang Shi didn't quite understand. Night gradually fell. Wang Shi rose. Without another glance at the green banner beside him, he used the cover of the darkness to head toward the Jingdo garrison's Yuantai camp. The target he wanted to kill had been hiding in that camp the entire time. He was only using the identity of an officer, so the security around him was not very tight. However, Wang Shi truly did not like killing people. Ever since he left home, his hands had never been stained with blood. He pitied the people of the world and respected all life. Even under Fan Xian's powerful suppression, he had tried countless times and still could not truly assassinate someone he had no grudge against. This was why he had continued his pledge of allegiance to this day. In reality, the condiment Fan Xian added to the noodle soup was a stimulant. He wanted 13th Wang to be a little braver and more ruthless. However, he had not expected that this condiment would not be of much use to 13th Wang. On the contrary, it would harm him. Thus, 13th Wang remained calm and merciful. However, since he had not become crazy and knew that the most powerful aspect of an archer was their eyesight, and that archery was most effective in the darkness, why did he still choose this time to strike? In a corner of the barracks in the Yuantai camp, Yin Xiaoi's son, Yin Shindu, was carefully using a feather hinge to repair an arrow. His hands were incomparably steady. He repaired the long feathers attached to the tail of the arrow until they were unusually smooth. To do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. He had a pair of hands that a godly archer should have, so he could repair his arrow to the fastest and most accurate. Governor Yin had always believed in one principle. Only children who were far away from their parents could truly have a future. It was just like how his parents had died at a young age, and he had hunted in the mountains for a living. Only then could he cultivate such a cruel and ruthless will. Only then would he be noticed by the young eldest princess who had come into the mountains to play, and be taken out of the mountains to join the ranks. With his skills, he had achieved countless military merits and obtained such a lofty position. When Yin Shindu was only 12, Yin Xiaoi chased him out of the family and entrusted him to the eldest princess. The eldest princess knew the thoughts of her top general. Although she was gentle toward Yin Xiaoi, she did not stop at sharpening him. After he had finished his skills, she had secretly sent him to the Jingdo garrison. The Jingdo garrison, now controlled by the Qin family. Other than a few high-ranking generals and the eldest princess's trusted aides, no one knew that the son of the governor of the north, Yin Shindu, was an unremarkable officer in the Jingdo garrison. Yin Shindu was like his name. He did not like to communicate with other people. He only liked to communicate with arrows. Thus, he did not have many companions in the military. He only had a group of subordinates he had personally trained, subordinates loyal to the eldest princess. The day he ambushed the second priest of the temple, Great Master Sanshi, on the outskirts of Jingdo, was Yin Shindu's first operation. He thought the operation was very successful because he did not know what happened later. Thus, the confidence that had long been suppressed in the depths of his heart surfaced. He thought that other than his father, no one would be able to stop his long-distance attack. Even a 9th-level ace could not. The length of a weapon's effective range determined life and death on the battlefield. This was a supreme principle that Yin Xiaoi had never forgotten to teach his son. Because of his confidence, he was arrogant and egotistical. When he heard that his father and the Jiangnan Road Imperial Envoy Fan Xian had been summoned back to Jingdo at the same time, and that the two sides were likely to fight in the martial conference that had stopped for many years, Yin Shindu could not sit still. He worshipped his father, but he actually had a glimmer of worship and jealousy hidden in his heart toward the brilliant and dazzling Sir Fan Jr. All the young people under heaven were like this, and Yin Shindu was no exception. Thus, he wanted to test just what kind of remarkable power Sir Fan Jr. had. On one hand, it was to test the other party's depths on behalf of his father. On the other hand, it was difficult to resist the temptation of being able to shoot down the world-famous Fan Xian. Regardless of whether it was for his father or the eldest princess, Fan Xian's death was, without question, a hard-to-suppress piece of honey. However, he did not act on his own because he was a soldier. He would not act on his own that would disrupt the overall situation. He had to wait for the orders of his elders. The elders had given the orders, but strangely, the person who had given the orders was the military elder who knew him very well and who he deeply respected. Yin Shindu was very confused, but he had no time to inform the eldest princess. He could only go on his way alone. He shot an arrow in the snowy night, but was blocked by the green banner. After the matter, only in the night did he helplessly discover that Fan Xian's protection was watertight. He watched in the snow forest in secret and could not find any opportunity to take advantage of, particularly as the deadly black knights were always near the Overwatch Council carriages. At any moment, they could turn the entire mountain over. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated Fan Xian and the Overwatch Council. He didn't dare to act rashly, so he kept retreating. He only shot an ineffective arrow and kept retreating. He returned to Jingdo from the valley to the Qin Manor to report, but he was not reprimanded. Returning to the tent, he sank into deep thought. The elders in the military all looked out for each other in secret. His entry into the Jingdo garrison was something that the old Qin master had nodded to. Not many people knew about it. Why did the old Qin master want him to do something that appeared to be fooling around? Then, the news of the attack in the valley came. He was a soldier, so his sense of politics was not very sharp. However, he knew that his father seemed to have been dragged down by the old Qin master. In other words, the old Qin master had also been dragged down by the eldest princess. The elders had finally huddled together. He was like a hostage that the elders did not say anything to each other, but showed their intentions clearly. Yin Shindu shook his head. He did not dislike this role-playing. He just thought that under such powerful pressure, Sir Fan Jr. shouldn't be able to live for many more days. He placed the small arrow in his right hand on the table and used his steady hands to stroke the arrow shaft. Narrowing his eyes, he measured it for a moment before nodding his head in satisfaction. Taking out the longbow at his side, he placed the slender and beautiful arrow on the string. Pulling the bow slightly, he aimed at the empty space in the barracks. His forearm moved slightly to the right. The tip of the arrow was pointed at the thick cotton curtain at the front door of the barracks. Yin Shindu's face was calm as he said, "Come out." The cotton curtain was slowly lifted. Wang Shi walked in with an apologetic expression. Under the threat of the longbow, he didn't take another step. He only stood at the door and sighed, "Sorry." Yin Shindu's pupils constricted slightly. He looked at the figure in front of him who was about the same age as him. His eyesight was startling. He had long recognized this person as the man with the green banner who had blocked his soul-stealing arrow in front of the Snowy Night family school. He knew that although his identity in the garrison was kept a secret and he didn't have many guards protecting him, for the other party to be able to pass through the layers of defenses of Yuantai camp and quietly get close to his barracks in the middle of the night, his skill was unusually high. If it had been Yin Shindu's usual habits, he would have shot the arrow on the bow long ago. For anyone who wanted to ambush him, Yin Shindu would make them lose their lives. Strangely, faced with this strange figure, Yin Shindu did not release the bowstring. He only coldly said, "Who are you?" Wang Shi slowly lowered his head and said apologetically, "I am 13th Wang. I have come under orders to kill you. It is not my wish. I am truly unwilling." Yin Shindu used the tip of the arrow to aim between the man's brows. His hands were steady. The bow did not tremble at all. It was as if he would not feel a sliver of fatigue, even if he pulled it for 10,000 years. The killing intent carried by the tip of the arrow was already reflected in the other party's mind. He didn't think there was anyone in the world who could escape this arrow of his. Hearing the other party admit he was here to kill him, not only did Yin Shindu not panic, on the contrary, a glimmer of coldness appeared. "Fan Xian," Wang Shi bowed and helplessly said, "Other than him, who else in this world can force me to kill?" The snow outside the barracks had long stopped. After nightfall, the sound of the wind rose again, whistling like the desperate cry of a wild beast in the mountains. It passed through the thick cotton curtains and crashed into people's eardrums. Yin Shindu looked at the person in front of him, whose face was full of apology. A chill surged in his heart. Why was it that there was not a glimmer of nervousness or murderous intent on 13th Wang's face? Instead, there was endless sorrow and guilt. As an assassin, what did he need to feel guilty about? Guilt to kill him? Yin Shindu's state of mind was not in a mess, but he became cold. If the other party was not pretending to be mysterious, then he certainly had the ability to kill him. It was just like hunting beasts in the mountains. Faced with a child's arrow, a thick-skinned bear would steadily rub itself against the bark of a tree. It was extremely comfortable, because the bear knew that the arrow would not be able to kill it. Could this arrow of his kill 13th Wang in front of him? For the first time in his life, Yin Shindu had doubts about the arrow in his hand because the green banner had moved on that snowy night. Can we talk? Wang Shi sighed and licked his unusually dry lips. I don't have to kill you. If you're willing to come with me and no longer participate in the matters of this world, destroy your martial arts, cut off all contact with the world, and let the world think you are dead, then Fan Xian will be appeased. His goal will be achieved, and I won't have to kill you. Yin Shindu didn't smile. He just felt it was very absurd. Thus, he let go. The arrow was like a black line, flying out with a whoosh. One moment, it seemed to be on Yin Shindu's bowstring. In the next moment, it was already in front of Wang Shi. Then, Yin Shindu saw a scene that shocked him greatly. He saw Wang Shi's feet move slightly. He took 3 consecutive steps. After 3 steps, he returned to where he had been standing. Where was that arrow? The arrow, carrying an endless gust of wind, brushed past Wang Shi's face and passed through the thick cotton curtain. With a whoosh, it shot into the endless darkness. It merged with the sound of the wind, whistling in all directions, and could no longer be heard. It looked like 3 simple steps, but Yin Shindu's pupils had already constricted. He saw the profoundness within. To be able to avoid his swift arrow at such a short distance required not only a terrifying reaction speed, but also a matching, extremely high control of Jinshi. Who exactly was this person? Where did such an ace come from? Why would he risk his life for Fan Xian? 3 questions surged into Yin Xiaoyi's mind. However, his hands did not slow at all. He had already shot out 3 arrows that turned into 3 streaks of lightning and shot toward Wang Shi's upper, middle, and lower body. He raised a small knife and flipped up. Slicing through the camp cloth behind him, he disappeared into the darkness. This series of actions and the 3 consecutive arrows had already used up too much of his energy. He didn't have the energy to call for help. Furthermore, he knew that even if the soldiers in the camp rushed over, they would not be able to save him in front of this mysterious fortune-teller. Behind the tent, Yin Shindu still held his bow, but he did not shoot. He looked at Wang Shi in front of him like he was looking at a ghost. He didn't know how Wang Shi had dodged those 3 arrows or how he had rushed ahead of him to block his path of retreat. Fortunately, Yin Shindu's eyes were sharp. He saw the fresh blood dripping down Wang Shi's sleeve. Wang Shi was injured. This reality made Yin Shindu's spirit rise. The seemingly profound footwork could not completely dodge the Yin family's divine arrows. The sky had not yet snowed. The wind whistled past, sweeping up the remaining snow on the ground. It was no different from falling snow. Wang Shi lowered his head and glanced at his blood-soaked sleeve. He shook his head and said, I truly don't want to kill. Then why did you come? Yin Shindu narrowed his eyes and asked coldly. Because. Wang Shi gazed at the night sky above his head with some confusion. Because I have to help Fan Xian for the peace of the world, for the balance of the entire land, for my home, or for something else. I have to help him. The peace of the world rests on one person's body. Fan Xian is not the emperor. Yin Shindu retreated to the left and bent back slightly. He placed the arrow against his quiver. As he spoke, he silently prepared. There is no one left in my family, Wang Shi sighed. For the peace of the world, I have to help him, so I can only let you down. But in every great era, there's always a need for the sacrifice of minor figures. Minor figure? Yin Shindu had never seen him like this. He was the son of the governor, the successor of the Yin family's archery skills, and an influential figure in the future. Right now, he had only killed the second priest of the temple. His glory had not been completely released, so how could he die? Wang Shi once again raised his head to gaze at the sky. It was as if he wanted to see through the thick clouds to the starry sky. Faintly, he said, "I hope I didn't help the wrong person." Raising his head to gaze at the sky, how could he let such a good opportunity slip by? Yin Shindu straightened his body, controlled the bowstring, and shot out 7 arrows in a row. Then, with one hand, he reached for the quiver and pulled out the last arrow, knocking it, and shooting. 7 arrows were in front, but the arrow with the strongest killing intent was hidden at the end. Yin Shindu had never been as satisfied with his cultivation as he was today. To be able to shoot out such a number of 7 to 1 was already the peak of what he could achieve in his life. He was even a bit more valiant than his father had been in the past. With such a terrifying arrow attack, he believed that even if it was Fan Xian standing opposite him, Fan Xian would not be able to dodge it. However, he forgot one thing. Everyone's way of fighting was different. If Fan Xian wanted to personally kill him, he would certainly be very sinister. He would poison him again and again and stab him again and again. He would not give him any chance to shoot out an arrow. If it was Fan Xian who came to kill him, Yin Shindu would certainly not be able to keep his body intact. He would die a stupid and ugly death. 13th Wang appeared to be gentle and kind, but the way he chose to fight was completely different from his appearance. It was brave and terrifying. Yes, it was terrifying. Wang Shi directly pounced over, like a large bird soaring in the dark night. He spread his wings, and a strong gust of wind blew. He ignored the 7 arrows piercing his body, and his eyes shone with a keen light. His right hand reached out, and he directly caught the last terrifying arrow. With a number of puffs, the arrows pierced through Wang Shi's body. However, his body was moving through the air and did not harm any vital parts. They only passed through his shoulder and lower arm. With a ripping sound, the last arrow slid out of Wang Shi's right hand like a wheel bearing heavy weight on a rough road, carrying with it an unpleasant grinding sound. A faint burning smell seemed to rise in the night sky. Wang Shi's right hand was burned by the lightning-like speed of the arrow. What kind of speed did this kind of high temperature mean? However, the arrow finally stopped just before it was about to pierce into Wang Shi's eye socket. It was only an inch. Just like this, he used a hand made of flesh and blood to hold onto this arrow. He had already swept in front of Yin Shindu like a bird. He was only a foot away. Wang Shi gave a muffled grunt and flipped his wrist, thrusting the tip of the arrow into Yin Shindu's heart. His hand moved like lightning and was unavoidable. Yin Shindu staggered and fell, looking at the blood and arrow in his chest and the assassin covered in blood in front of him. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. Just like this, he sat in front of his barracks. His body twitched weakly a few times. He had forgotten what his father had once taught him. As an archer, the effective distance of a weapon determined life and death. He was still too close to the person in front of him. Wang Shi panted as he stood in front of him. Looking at the archer's gradually weakening breathing, he said, "Little archer, don't worry and go on your way." It was not until the moment of his death that Yin Shindu finally understood that he was truly just a minor figure in this great age. However, for someone skilled in archery to die under his own arrow, was that not a good end? However, he was not satisfied. He futilely circulated all the strength in his body and stretched forward. He wanted to catch this assassin and kill him. He wanted to kill the impending death. The tip of his finger touched Wang Shi's belt. There was a patch of ice-cold blood at the tentacle. He hooked onto something. Little archer, Yin Shindu finally ran out of strength. With a gurgling sound in his throat, his head tilted to the side, and he died. Wang Shi straightened his body and released his right hand. He looked at the long and terrifying scorch mark in his palm and lowered his head to look at the 7 arrows stuck in his body. He looked at the blood all over his body and couldn't resist the pain. In a trembling voice, he said to himself, "It hurts so much." He endured the pain and used the night snow and wind to escape Yuantai camp. Returning to the top of the mountain, he picked up the green banner and once again disappeared into the night. He was silent for a moment. He then shook his head and sighed. 13th Wong, a brave warrior, but also an idiot. This month, the monthly votes rankings are filled with blood and foul wind. My position as the 1,000-year number 5, urgently asking for monthly votes. It's still the same old saying. I can't guarantee that there will be many updates. I just sincerely ask for monthly votes. I've always wanted to post a separate chapter to get votes. Look, scratch my head again. I don't want to become 13th Wong. Everyone, if you have monthly votes, fly over. If you want to know what happened after, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.